Yes, sir. Sure would. Okay.
Like, hey, my is not here. I don't know who they're talking to or whatever, but they've gone rogue now. They're the bad kids. Like, we don't, I don't want to deal with them. That's not what I signed up for, but they're holding him hostage and they're making him do it anyway.
He's been dealing with it for 3 months. At this point, Bo and him is in an abusive relationship.
He is. He really is, though.
He is. He is. Current administrator says Jacob Fatu. Who? Where's the video package? Get the f out of here with that. I mean, you don't need a video package. No, you don't need it. If it's WWE. Only if it's WWE.
No. I get his comment though. It's a good. I get.
No, I get it. I get it too. Jimmy Becker would be upset about that comment. We got in the chat here, Will Chisholm with our first super chat donation. Thank you so much, Will. As always, one of our top supporters here on the channel. The GOAT. He says, TNA told NXT, if we can play out our storylines on NXT, we good. We don't mind if Joe Hendry is eliminated in 1 minute. As long as Cass is the one doing it.
Everyone was excited to see it there, so, you know.
TNA, you said Paul Heyman is in an abusive relationship. TNA is in a new relationship where the boyfriend wants to have sex with other people.
You know what?
We also got another super chat donation here from Will Chisholm. Thank you so much, Will. He says, I won't be surprised if Kayla popped up at ESPN. I wouldn't be surprised of that either.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if she showed up in another promotion as well. I think Kayla Bryson
I think that's more promotions. Yeah.
On screen.
Yeah. I think ESPN would be more if she was.
Want to do sports? Yeah, she wanted to do that type of
sports. Yeah, because like when Charlie Caruso left to ESPN, she had a sports background. Like before WWE, she was in the news station she was working at. She was covering sports. So I think if she was to go to ESPN, I think she would need some kind of sports background, which I'm not too familiar if she has one or not.
We shall see what's next for Kayla Braxton. But keep coming with those comments. Keep coming with those super chat donations in the chat as we get into what we missed from this week. And we got to start all the way back. We did our show last Saturday. We started early because we had WWE Clash at the Castle in Glasgow, Scotland. The show featured Damian Priest defeating Drew McIntyre in a very good main event to retain the World Heavyweight Championship after CM Punk screwed over McIntyre in his own damn home country of Scotland.
piss poor.
A lot of boos from the crowd in Scotland, but you did also have a couple of Conan O'Briens in the front row who were celebrating with CM Punk as Drew McIntyre once again fails to win the heavyweight championship in the UK, and he was legitimately pissed afterwards. Well, characterized legitimately pissed for good reason. Meanwhile, his country, his fellow Scots, Alba Fire and Ala Dawn, they got the job done for Scotland as they beat Shayna Baszler and Zoe Stark, as well as Bianca Belair and Jade Cargill to win the WWE Women's Tag Team Championships. Although they were alone as far as Scots who won gold in Scotland, as you had Bayley. She picked up the win over Piper Niven in a good match to retain the WWE Women's Championship. Then you also had Sami Zayn. He defeated Chad Gable in a great bout to retain the Intercontinental Championship after some more Alpha Academy drama, as Otis chose to walk away with Maxine Dupree instead of helping his coach of the Academy. And Chad Gable gave us this great face. It's going to be one of my avatars. Very, very,
I'm
very.
gonna say, yeah, please make that an avatar. I love that one. You can replace,
And also,
replace the face of Damian Priest.
Fair, that's fair. And finally, you had Cody Rhodes got to bleed in its 5-quick matchup against AJ Styles, picking up the victory to retain the undisputed WWE Championship in what was an excellent opener to the Clash at the Castle card. Cody and AJ just have incredible chemistry with one another and delivered another instant classic at the PLE. And then post-match, it was the Bloodline's leader, the head of the table, Solo Sikoa, who came out to confront Cody, leading to the Bloodline's Tama Tonga and Tangaloa to jump Rhodes until Randy Orton and Kevin Owens came out to make the save, and the babyface stood tall. Chrissy Love, me and Josh reviewed the show, so what was your overall thoughts on what went down last Saturday at Clash of the Castle?
Overall thoughts, surprising that the only one hometown native won, and that was for the tag belts. Very sloppy match, however. I mean, we had a lot of sloppiness happening that day. I don't know what was happening. Someone needs to be fired. Someone dropped the ball that day. I don't know who did it or whatever. But someone sabotaged a lot of people that day, and I don't know what happened. But yeah, piss poor ending. I feel like for the Drew and Damien finish, that's out of all of the finishes, that's the one actually I came up with. We're gonna copy and paste and reuse the same punk scenario. Okay, great. But overall, I guess it was a good show. Cool.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the show overall. Like I said, I had my complaints about the finish. It was the finish that a lot of us predicted a month ago before we were able to come up with much better finishes than what WWE eventually gave us.
Correct.
But I thought the wrestling top to bottom was really good. And even the women's match, I thought it was going well until Jade Cargill slipped off the top rope and the match kind of
went downhill. Yeah. Yep.
Even that match was a good.
Yeah, I mean, again, like I said, lots of sloppiness, whatever. I actually thoroughly enjoyed. I think one of my favorites.
Sloppiness. You blame the ring for it.
That's what I mean. The people, that sloppiness, they sabotaged them. I'm not blaming the wrestlers. That wasn't the only person that fell from that damn rope either.
True. Yeah, Dave.
Three people, the other dudes, two other people. Poor Jamie was freaking folded into his leg. I thought he was gonna die. I was like, oh my god, did he hit his head? What happened? But I really enjoyed the I Quit. And for them to open up the show, I think thoroughly, again, what's the name has lost 3 times so far, but, hey, what are we going to do? I mean, but AJ's been great at this hill, whatever. So it is what it is. Way to go with a re-sign and everything. Good job.
We got Jaleel in the chat who agrees with Jimmy. It was like, I'm Scotland. And he says Punk was justified. No, he wasn't. He already got his payback at WrestleMania. He doubled down. On it. Drew didn't get his win back from WrestleMania.
Yeah.
That's why, it says by not acknowledging that Punk already got revenge.
He did. He helped Drew lose. I mean, he was a factor in helping Drew lose his belt. So this whole thing, like you said, you've been saying this, months ago. But hey, who are we? Whatever. I mean, it is what it is. We see what happens later on, how we get the clap back. But the people that live in, huh?
Yeah. No, I'm saying it's a little weird. People are saying that he was justified. I'm like, wait, he was justified night 2 WrestleMania. I mean,
right.
He screwed out of the title.
So, the people, and then the people that live in the country, they're not loyal. They're totally loyal. Because y'all was just cheering. Y'all was cheering for me. And as soon as CM Punk do something, oh my God, Punk's not loyal at all. Fuck y'all. That's why Drew do what he do.
He's holding loyal. Like Ron James at the Kendrick Lamar concert.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah, they literally had someone on the radio. It was like, if that was your friend, would you talk to them again? Because, like, there's no, like, all that stuff, like, you're not my friend no more. Like, you over there, you with the son, like,
I mean, to be fair, Drake did lie to LeBron.
Fair.
He did.
Fair.
And what was it? Meet the Grants. He was like, you know, LeBron keep family away. So he's like, all right, I'm gonna bring the family to Kendrick's concert.
To be honest, I think they're all work too. I think they're like wrestlers. They're all working us regardless. They all plan this shit. So that's.
Oh no. Kendrick really hates Drake.
You think so?
Well, that's how to work because honestly, if it was work, Drake wouldn't be dragged this.
Exactly. After he put out his explaining himself song, The Heartbreak 6, like it would have been over after that. But literally, Kendrick did one of the greatest victory laps in hip hop history on
It
Wednesday.
makes me want to go to one of his concerts now. Didn't see that on my bucket list, but now it is. Word, like that crowd was on fire. Are you kidding me? Can you imagine that being high? What? Amazing.
I'm pretty sure out of what was it, 20-something thousand that were there, I want to say 15 of thousands of them were probably high on that
And
Cali
intoxicated,
Louis.
Mm-hmm.
That Cali
As
Louis.
they should be.
John, any remaining thoughts of Clash at the Castle from last time?
No, I mean it's about the same. The show was solid. It was just they had those moments like the ending of the main event. Even though I did predict Priest would retain,
You did.
would get involved. But it was just the execution of it that
And
was.
how they did it, yes.
Yeah, but then also like I mentioned before, like the fucking clip made it even worse. Like the whole like how he got the shirt, that made it even worse for me. That's where it kind of just like went like, all right, fuck this. This shit was garbage
Yeah.
because of how that went. And then like you said about like the ropes. Unfortunately things happen, but Jake got the worst of it.
Yeah,
She
it
got
really did.
she got dragged all week on social media.
It shouldn't even be like that.
It shouldn't really.
It's no fault of James why she got buried like that, but I blame a couple of different people. I blame all the marks that's been on James W. Run and stupid shit Triple H said at the fast food presentation.
But what did he say?
No,
When he said, "Oh, Jane has not been training, so that's why she's not here yet. She didn't get the proper training before, so now we're gonna properly train her, so that when she comes, she'll be ready."
I hate fucking lying.
no, he didn't say that. He said that. So that's why the criticism, like, that's part of my criticism too to Jay. But my criticism has nothing to do with the rope spot. Because, and I said it, I was just like, my criticism has nothing. I don't even mention the rope spot because I'm like, it is what it is, right? People were fucking up the ropes.
Bro, what the fuck?
So I wasn't using that. My criticism was more of the fact that, and it's always been this, until I see something different from Jay, it's more of what Triple H said. If your criticism was to AEW, they didn't, there was no fault of her own that she had the proper training, so we're gonna train her differently. And then when you see her, it's been the same presentation. So it's like at that point, it's like, what did you work with her in the PC if she's doing the same stuff? Like that's where I'm at when it comes to Jade. And the only thing that I would say with her WWE run, I mean, I don't think it's been better than her AEW run. Because they have her paired up in a tag team with Bianca, which is understandable because she can learn from Bianca. So I get that aspect. It's more the fact what I've noticed for her is the communication in the ring, because we saw it in France where she got into it when it was her turn to work. There was the fucking communication was way off. I don't know what the fuck happened with that. And then after the rope spot, even after that, like she kind of just felt like her confidence kind of like dipped after that rope spot, and it's
I think that's never been happened to her, so I think it really her a little bit, like, and then you're doing this in front of like all of these people. So
Yeah.
I get it, but it's not her fault. It's like it's a mistake. Like they make mistakes. Lots of fuckers make mistakes. Clearly,
No, it's not definitely her fault.
it's not her fault. That's what I'm saying. Like it's something.
It's not her fault.
It's
No,
that the people did. Like they somebody fucked up. They need to be fined or fired. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you know, and it's none of her fault. It's just that because of what Triple H said, the criticism of James from behind her, because of that. Because
Yeah, now that's some bullshit.
like Jay told us, Jay took a shot at AEW about not training her, and he kind of been seeing the same stuff from her. And so again, it's unfortunate, and I think that Jade is at a point that honestly, this might be as good as you get from her. You know, and that's not a shot at her. It's just that we've seen it a lot with wrestlers. We've seen people in wrestling that have gotten better, and then there's people who've been the same. You know, and to me that's fine. But it's just reality of the situation. I hope that's not the case, but
Right.
I don't know, man. I really do hope things turn around for her because again, I think she has the look, she has physique.
Yeah.
So I really hope that shit turns around.
Same.
In the chat, Frantic World, it says Kendrick hates Drake. He played Not Like Us 5 times in that major game, dancing on Drake's head. Not his career. His great. We got
Russell again. Russell.
Huh? Russell was like, he was crazy.
He was killing it, you know?
We got Will Chisholm with a super chat donation. Thank you so much, Will. He says it's not a work when a guy says you like little girls. And the fact that every single time he did Not Like Us, he said he ate Drake. I heard you like him young. It wasn't like, no, he was like 5-year-old type, bro. Like,
Yeah.
what are you saying about this thing? And we got this guy, Power Starter Finisher. He says, do you guys think they're giving her more to do in matches and she can't keep up? Because she only ever really had squash matches in AEW. I don't think
so. I don't think that is.
I go back to her last match in AEW with Verstappen. That was great. Her last match in AEW was about like 12, 15 minutes with Chris Statlander in the main event on a rampage. It was 8.
That was one of her best matches.
Yeah.
It was one of her best matches of her career. They're only giving her kind of a couple of moves to do on her hot tag, really. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
It's not her messing up in a singles match
Yeah.
where that point is valid, where you can say they're giving her more to do in these singles matches. No, they're giving her a hot tag in tag team matches, and it's just whether it's the crowd noise, whether it's something else, whether it's JD ropes, which that was the case at Clash at the Castle, it's something that's not really clicking right now. And I think that we're going to have to give her time to develop more and more. And honestly, this goes back to what I said when she originally signed with the company. I thought the best move for her was to start in NXT. She's the type of talent that honestly should have started out in NXT, where she could have had a dominant run, build her up, have her in squash matches, then bring her to more like singles matches where she's able to show a little bit more, and then eventually make her the NXT champion.
They could have done
They put her on the main roster, and I feel like that's too much too soon.
Yeah, and I think part of that too, like when you just mentioned like she should have started at NXT. I think the problem is not so much with NXT. I think the problem is that when they brought her in, they made her this big deal of a big signing, right? The presentation of it, big signing. She was showing up on Raw, she was showing up on SmackDown, she was having negotiations. The problem with that is that imagine they're doing all of that and then all of a sudden, hey, are you signing with NXT? It kind of would have been like, what the fuck? Like, you're just signing.
I don't think so. I don't think so. It would have put over NXT in my opinion. It would have. I mean, it could have, but that's what they're trying to do right now. I think for the by NXT, it would have made NXT.
It could have. Yeah, I mean, it could have been, but the problem is that because of the, you're already dealing with the main, the casuals, you're already dealing with those kind of audience. That if you would have done that to her, then that would have been like, oh, all right, for NXT, like, all right, cool, because you made like this big free agent, you know what I mean? And then you choose NXT, it's like, all right, cool. But I do agree, she should have started in NXT. I think they should have done like a slow burn. Like, took the pressure off of her, put her in NXT, worked some stuff there. She could have easily been a women's champion within like 3-4 months, because I think she's that kind of,
Facts.
you know, especially in NXT. You could get it away with that shit in NXT. You got Trick Williams as NXT champion. I think he's trash. I'm just saying.
But Trick in a lot of ways is a lot like Jade, where Jade has the star power down. Yeah. Trick has a lot of the charisma, the talking on the mic, and the character down, but he's still working as far as an in-ring performer of Jade is. But
Yeah.
it just seems like
That would have been beneficial. It would have been beneficial because, again, she could have gotten away with those stuff in NXT.
But we got to talk about news coming out of Clash at the Castle. And of course, a lot of the talk was about CM Punk and his interference in the Clash at the Castle main event. He also was on the post-show media scrum where he talked about that he would soon be seeing his doctor with the idea that he's going to be cleared. Michael Select reports that WWE's hope is that CM Punk will be ready to return to the ring in time for WWE SummerSlam August. It was initially reported by WrestlePost that Punk likely wouldn't be cleared in time for Money in the Bank, but he should be ready for SummerSlam. Punk was advertised for last night's SmackDown in his hometown of Chicago. Dave Meltzer had an update on Punk's status in this week's Wrestling Observer newsletter, and Meltzer reports that while the hope is that Punk versus McIntyre will take place at the August Premium Live event, it's currently quote-unquote up in the air if Punk will be ready and cleared to return to the ring by that date. Punk's in-ring return by that time frame is reportedly not a short thing. Of course, Punk suffered a torn triceps injury earlier this year while competing in the Royal Rumble matchup earlier in January, putting him out of action for the first half of the year. WWE SummerSlam is, of course, scheduled for Saturday, August 3rd in Cleveland, Ohio. Do you think Punk will be back? What will you put it at? 0 to 100. What do you say is the percentage Punk will be back in time for SummerSlam? Chrissy?
75, 85. 75, 85.
That's fair. What about you, Josh?
100%.
Oh. Okay.
There we go.
Right.
I'll put it at 90, 95. I'm pretty high as
Pretty
well.
high? Okay.
Punk will be back in time, and especially after what we saw last night on SmackDown, which we'll get to shortly. Fightful Select had some other backstage notes on WWE Clash at the Castle, including one of the other rope incidents on the show. Damian Priest getting tied up in a scary spot where his foot got caught in between the ropes and he was attempting to do a flip dive over the top rope. Fightful reports that the initial word was that Damian Priest was fine after the matchup, and despite the botch, he effectively sold off the attempt. Priest reportedly received a great deal of praise for his performance. I gotta say, this was Damian Priest's best performance as World Heavyweight Champion. The fact that he was able on the fly to improvise and make his selling of the ankle part of the matchup, that shows me he has the poise of main event. Tracy, what do you think about Priest?
I think he did very well. He showed signs, like, especially that spot. I'm like, okay, it's not a work. It's clearly an accident. And then you incorporate that whole, like, leg spot. And to incorporate that into the match is actually genius, and just shows that he's here to be one of, like, the main eventers. Like, he's trying to be one of the top guys in this company that they can count on. That's not like one of the bigger names like Seth, Roman, the big Drews, those guys basically. So to solidify your name and do this was great. One of his best matches, I want to say. Well, he did deliver. He did great.
Yep. Definitely. Also, should be noted, WWE Clash at the Castle set a record for WWE 1 month after setting the record for the largest arena gate ever at WWE Backlash Fairs. WWE broke it again with Clash at the Castle. Fightful reports that the Scotland event now has the record for the largest gate, surpassing what was previously set on May 4th in Lyon, France. WWE announced the attendance of 11,391. Do you think they're going to break this record again later this year, Josh?
Where they're at against later this year?
I think Germany might.
Yeah, they're supposed to go back away.
Is that a no? I think that's a stadium. If I'm not mistaken. Sure. So I don't know. I don't know when the next arena show, but he got like Survivor Series that hasn't been announced yet and stuff like that. Do you think they're going to be able to break this record from Clash of the Castle?
I mean, most likely. Who knows if they even lying about it to begin with? But yeah, they're gonna still be broken.
They'll say they broke it, said Josh. And then finally, WWE is reportedly nearing a deal with Indiana Sports Corporation for several events coming up that would start with the Royal Rumble. WrestleVotes reports that WWE and the organization are close to a multi-event deal that would begin with the 2025 Rumble at Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis, and this time it will be the first time ever WWE will hold the Royal Rumble in February, with the date tentatively made for February 1st. WWE has yet to announce a deal or confirm the report, but I feel like the bigger report is that the Royal Rumble in February. I don't know. I feel like January, it needs to be in there.
It needs to be in January. Yeah, that's a disservice. I'm sorry. That's kind of a big mistake. It sets the tone for everything. It starts off the beginning of the year of the big four now, and to put in. So what are we doing for January then? Like why are we even? I don't. Like what's
the whole 2 months? The whole 2 months to build to the Royal Rumble.
Sure.
Unless they add a December pay-per-view again.
Right. Which they shouldn't, but whatever.
They really should.
They really should.
Maybe they run back and try to do day one.
No, don't do that either. Don't do it. Yeah, this.
December to November on January. Let's go. We also got Alex Bowley says I can see WWE doing the PLD in Ireland for sure. Due to the reaction and getting the record game that they got in Scotland, I can definitely see them doing one in Ireland as well. Keep it even with the lands. But what happened at Clash of the Castle transitioned nicely into what went down Monday on Monday Night Raw. They did 1.7 million viewers, their highest viewership since April, and the show featured one of the best episodes of the year. I called it the second best episode of the year after The Rock made Cody Lee in Chicago in the ring. That was number one. But this is number two for me, because after months of QR code teases, the Wyatt Six made their dramatic debut with an all-out assault on the backstage area in one of the better produced WWE introductions in quite some time, where they seemingly murdered various superstars and production staff, including the one and only Chad Gable, who looked like he got shot in the head, as Uncle Howdy led his crew to the stage for a great reaction from the live crowd in Corpus Christi, who were amazing all night on Monday, with the Wyatt Six being introduced in dramatic and major fashion to end the show. But speaking of Gable, he lost earlier in the show in the opener to former Wyatt family member Braun Strowman. Coincidence? I that was a quick matchup. Post-match, Gable chastised the Alpha Academy until Otis finally snapped, pushing down his coach to a huge pop from the Corpus Christi crowd. Later on in the show, Otis let Gable know that we are done, as Alpha Academy walked out on Gable, as Gable set his sights on the Money in the Bank contract. Seth Rollins made his surprise return to a huge ovation from this Corpus Christi crowd to kick off the show, and was interrupted by World Heavyweight Champion Damian Priest, who went on after Seth compared himself to Damian Priest and their journeys to becoming world champion. It led to Priest challenging the former champion to a match coming up on July 6th in Toronto at Money in the Bank, that was later made official for the show. Drew McIntyre quit WWE after his encounter in Scotland with CM Punk screwing him out of the world title at Clash at the Castle. He walked out on Adam Pearce as well as Triple H in the gorilla position, trying to talk some sense into him. Drew seemingly quits, but more on that in a bit. And then you also had Braun Breaker, who set his sights and targeted Sami Zayn's Intercontinental Championship before being interrupted by Sheamus. This led to Sheamus actually winning against Breaker by disqualification, however, after Ludwig Kaiser continued his rivalry with Sheamus, getting involved and attacking the Celtic Warrior. However, it was Braun Breaker who speared the crap out of Ludwig Kaiser as well as Sheamus to stand tall before getting in the face of the Intercontinental Champion. Meanwhile, you had the latest in the ongoing drama, the ongoing soap opera that I like to call Liv's trying to fuck them. But as Liv Morgan stole Dominic Mysterio's cowskin vest and paraded around with it as she then told Dom that he had to unzip her, take the vest himself, only to be caught by Damian Priest, who realized that Liv is loca. Liv showed up earlier in the night to actually interfere and distract Zelina Vega as Io Sky beat Vega and Kiana James, while Jey Uso picked up the victory, defeating Finn Balor and Rey Mysterio for both Io and Jey to qualify for the women's and men's Money in the Bank ladder match. You sound exasperated by that last result. Chrissy Love, what did you think overall of WWE Raw?
Raw was great. It started off great and it ended even better. So happy for that. Good episode, like you said. Like the ending of this episode was like by far one of the best since The Rock in the Rain. That's the number one for the year, or whatever. Still the final boss doing that. That's he cussing like yeah. Look at this. Look, Mama Rose. So it was really good. Solid show. Io winning to be in the ladder match again. Not really necessary, but what are you gonna do with her? So yes, you put her in.
Was there a better option in that matchup?
Fair. But I mean, like, whatever. I don't know. We'll see when we talk about the SmackDown results. It's totally different than what we got from the Raw episode. Totally different outcomes. People that you thought would have won didn't win. So it's like, okay, why did you make the obvious people win in this one? But I guess they have to be anchors, right? So you have to anchor the match and let it go somehow.
And Io won Money in the Bank last year, so it makes sense for her to be back in the ladder.
Sure. Whatever you say.
Josh, what did you think about this week's Raw and the Wyatt 6 debut?
Great episode. Wyatt 6 stuff is great, but
Where's it gonna go? What are we doing after this?
I mean, that's basically where I'm at. As good as it was, kind of like I'm not gonna. I know there's people who they enjoyed it, they loved it. It's the best thing they've ever seen in their life. I'm not one of those because I just want to see where it goes. I like the presentation, but again, when we kind of seen the stuff with the Wyatt stuff booking, like we've seen it go south, and it's a constant because rest in peace, rest in peace, Bray Wyatt. But when he came back, that was a great introduction when he came back. But then the stuff after that, just it wasn't the same. It didn't hit the same.
Nope.
So that's why I'm like, it was great, but I'm like, I want to see where it goes.
Yeah, and I understand, some people really loved it and they wanted to just be in that moment of having fun, and it was a great tribute to Bray Wyatt, and respect all of that. But the thing that bothered me about that response is when they try to come back at people who have legitimate concerns about what's next. When you have this type of thing where multiple people are being murdered and the past with the Bray Wyatt character, I understand if people are like, yeah, I don't know where this is gonna go after this. That's the only concerning part. And I talked about it last week because it was teased that this was gonna happen, and then I said it again on our review that this is not the peak of the angle. And Carlos says, say hi there.
Yeah, and it's valid. I just don't like, like, I'm actually with you on that because it was kind of like when people had legit concerns, it wasn't the fact, honestly, at least on my end, I didn't see nobody who disliked it, and that's a good thing. There was people who had legit concern, and I think that's different from like, you have concern to comparing to like if you just didn't like it. I think those are two different things.
Yep.
So like, I seen that too. Like there was people who were like trying to like criticize those who were skeptical, and it's just like, yes, we get it, right? They want to pay tribute, they want to pay homage to Brave, but at the same time, I think you do have the right to feel concerned. I mean, because it is still a TV show, and this is something that they brought to the television. So of course, you're gonna have some real concern of, all right, what's gonna be next? I think that's fair. I think that's valid.
I also think that it's a disservice to do this tribute to this person, and he's not even like he's not on the lantern. Like where's the representation? What's happening right now? Like, what are we doing? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think he was the in spirit sixth member of the YN6.
Sure. Okay.
It's like Romeo said he was in the lantern. Romeo said he was in the lantern.
In the lantern. Yeah, that's the only place you can think of, because I'm like, nowhere else is like, I see if like he's there in spirit. Okay, great. He's there on his shoulder. Whatever.
Which I think it's fine. I think if you're going like that kind of route, I'm totally fine with it. And then also like I know they did promote it as the YN6, so I just wouldn't want them to put anybody just there. I think the people that they get makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Because they're either weird, they're either creepy. So it kind of fits that, like Nikki Cross. She started with what was that group? Insanity.
Insanity. Yep.
So this is like her path. Dexter Loomis is kind of like he's kind of like a serial killer already. He don't talk. This is a good path for him.
Yeah.
And he had Joe Casey who had like this cult thing in NXT. This is a good thing for him, right? And then
you can learn from these guys too. Like some majority of them like they're old, much older than he is. So they've been doing this for a long time. So they can definitely like groom him and mold him until just it's all we're asking is the execution. What happens now? Is Nikki Cross going to be hell bent on like killing all the females now? Like, what is she going to do? Like, we have legitimate questions. It's okay. Like, I have a right to like question what the end game is for this faction. Are we going to have them together for a year, maybe longer? Who knows? Like, how long are we going to have these spooky guys together?
Yeah, it's what happens, because I said this on the Wrestling's podcast this week. Shout out to those guys. Those guys were amazing. Got to go to their studio, and I said, I'll be the one to say it. Because I know people are like sensitive to say it, because it was just last August we lost Bray Wyatt. But I keep saying it. I'm sorry. I gotta keep the same energy and be the honest one on Wrestling Podcast nowadays. But I'll do it. Bray Wyatt, he was very creative. He was very innovative. One of the best characters of the modern era. But then the bell rang.
no, it's true.
He's in my opinion, he's the greatest and then the bell ring wrestler of all time. Even better than Ultimate Warrior. Even better than so many other guys that are great characters, are great promos, but then the bell rings and they're not it's not that when they get into the ring, or the character, the story doesn't translate when they get into the ring. And I'm not saying that Bray Wyatt never had a great match. He has plenty of great matches. Usually Bryan Danielson is on the other side of the ring, which, I mean, it's Bryan Danielson, one of the greatest wrestlers of all time. So I would expect him to have great matches with Bryan Danielson. But he's had great matches with other people, with Roman Reigns, with Bryan Danielson, with Kevin Owens. I even seen him as the Fiend. But a lot of it came down to, and then the bell rang, and it did not translate.
And
It didn't translate when they actually have to wrestle.
Yeah, and it's kind of like it's so bummy to that because it's like he was actually. It wasn't like he was a bad wrestler. He was actually a good wrestler, but because of what they wanted, right? What creative wanted, it kind of just dumbed down a lot of stuff that he could do in the ring. And I think that's very unfortunate because that's the vision a lot of people get now. Like, oh, we had the Fiend. Look, Tips, he looks fucking great as fuck.
Yeah.
Awesome ass, but then we had that shit with Seth Rollins. We had that fucking match with Seth Rollins and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, and that's unfortunate because he was better than that. And I feel like if they would have capitalized on that, like with more of his wrestling, it could have gone to places. But the fact that you kind of just not only dumbed it down, but then you made him too strong. Like you remember like that match alone, he got hit with a damn sledgehammer and then he got right back up. Look, nothing happened.
And they did a no contest in a Hell in a Cell.
They did no contest in Hell in a Cell while he still got up after the fact. So it was like a lot of it wasn't on him, and it's very unfortunate. Like he was a better talent, in-ring talent than he's gotten credit for. If I do agree with Sid that once, unfortunately, once the bell rang, I mean, you got what you got, and he had some of the worst rated matches because of that, because of what the company wanted. Not because of what Bray wanted, but because of what the company wanted.
And then this is like, I know everyone's gonna say, but now it's Triple H. Now it's Triple H. Triple H was around during Bray's last. Like he was the one running the thing when Bray wouldn't have came back if it wasn't been still in trial. It was Triple H.
He didn't wrestle for 3 months.
And he didn't wrestle for 3 months. The promo work was good. The feud with LA Knight, in hindsight, it helped LA Knight on the other side get over the way he did as one of the most popular guys in the company. But then the bell rang, and they did that lights out, that Mountain Dew pitch black matchup, which only Chrissy loved like. Chrissy loved.
She probably likes the visual. She probably likes the visual.
The visuals, but I had like the visuals.
It was visuals. The match. Like the Busta Rhymes video. Like the Busta Rhymes video.
See, Josh knew where I was coming from.
But the match itself was my eyes. But the match itself was trash. It was like 5 minutes, and then Uncle Hottie missed the elbow drop. That
was the whole thing was dumb. That part I didn't like. That part I didn't like.
That's a 5-minute match.
Yeah.
It's a 5-minute match with one that for a feud that went 3 months. It was a 5-minute match. And I'm like, all right, cool. We're back in the, what was it? Or not even had a ruthless aggression era with some of those feuds. Remember Parker Holly feud with Brock Lesnar? That shit went like 4 months. And then the match was like 5 minutes. That's what that was.
We got another super chat donation. Thanks, time from Chuck Berry. He's been one of our top supporters this month. We appreciate you always for that, Chuck Berry's. He says, I love the Wyatt 6 grand opening scene. I just hope that this presentation is sustainable and can transition to the ring action. Yeah, I need them to have like a 2-year plan. Like it needs to be like a full arc of when we need to know like who they are behind the mask. We need to know if they're signed or not. We need to know what's their goals, what they want to accomplish here. And I don't think the goals need to be championship goals because I feel like being going after the world title was what ruined that.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Agreed.
No, I agree. And then they necessarily don't win championships, but they can still look strong. And that's the problem with the Wyatt thing. Like, that a lot of them don't look strong. Like, yeah, they're presentable, but then they lose a lot of matches. Like, you can't have these guys lose a lot of matches and you want them to be taken seriously, too. No matter what. Like, I know like wins and losses shouldn't matter, but I'm like, if you're trying to make the dominant stable and you want shit sustainable, you gotta make them look good. And by losing, you're not gonna make them look good by losing a lot of matches.
Sure. Next, we gotta talk about some of the news about this Wyatt 6 faction. As previously reported, a Q hardcode. This is a report that came out before the debut. QR code at WWE Clash of the Past will reveal a countdown that ends during Monday's Raw. It's believed that the group consisted of Bo Dallas as Uncle Howdy, along with Eric Rowan, Nikki Cross, Joe Gacy, and Dexter Lewis to continue a form of the Bray Wyatt story. Ahead of WWE Raw, Fightful Select had more details about the group, and it was noted that additional pieces, including people who may not be named in the article, could be involved. All the members of the group have been away from television for some time. Rowan re-signed with WWE recently and has been at the Performance Center. Dallas hasn't been seen on TV since 2023 and had been signed in 2022 to play the Uncle Howdy role for Bray Wyatt. Loomis has been off of television for over a year without an explanation, except that he wasn't injured. The group has been in the planning stages for a long time, and there are those in the company that think that it was a real chance to work with modern wrestling. While it was difficult in the past to make Wyatt and Fiend-related stories work due to supernatural elements, there doesn't appear to be any of those in this group as currently set as to be portrayed. The group has been planned since even before the Bray Wyatt documentary dropped in April, with a lot of work going into the costumes. Uncle Howdy is indeed meant to be part of the group, and there were talks of Mercy the Buzzard, Huskus the Pig, and the White Rabbit. Monday's episode of WWE Raw, like we mentioned before, featured the return of Uncle Howdy alongside this brand new Wyatt 6 faction that includes the real-life versions of Ramblin' Rabbit, Huskus the Pig, Mercy the Buzzard, and Abby the Witch, with Nikki Cross playing the role of Abby. Fightful Select reported and WWE not mentioning the name of the group on WWE TV, social media, or the website is by design. Dexter Loomis plays the Mercy the Buzzard inspired character. Joe Gacy is in a gas mask that looks like Huskus the Pig. And Eric Rowan plays the Ramblin' Rabbit inspired character, which is something interesting. Several others were kept off the WWE TV for months in preparation for the debut. Jay Uso will continue to acknowledge the group as he did on Raw Talk this week. It was said that the group isn't likely to interact with every program on television as is suspected within the company, and that the ramifications will be widespread across various programs in the promotion, causing a domino effect on the show. The report noted that the wide array of talent and people attacked in the story and the characters who left before the show were calculated, planned, and designed for specific reasons. One person in WWE noted that you can't beat ghosts with wrestling moves, indicating that it would be too hard to pay that off without doing supernatural moves. WWE was happy with the camera shot and reveal backstage, in addition to how the segment was received. They were over the moon about the crowd's reaction in general. PW Insider then had another report on the victims of the attack of the Wyatt 6 stable that took place on Monday's Raw. While some notable WWE superstars appeared to be among the bodies, PW Insider reports that the only notable WWE star among the victims was Chad Gable. All the other victims of the attack were reportedly extras brought in by WWE for the segment. Additionally, PW Insider reports none of the victims were talent on the NXT roster or anyone who will be introduced into storylines as a result of being attacked by the Wyatt 6. As noted, WWE quietly replaced Chad Gable with Ilya Dragunov for the Money in the Bank qualifying match on next week's WWE Raw. It was now supposed to be Dragunov facing Bronson Reed and Braun Strowman. WWE has yet to acknowledge the fate of Chad Gable as of Friday afternoon. And then Friday evening, during the SmackDown broadcast, Chad Gable was seemingly good to go, according to Raw General Manager Adam Pearce, as he said that he was cleared to compete on next week's episode of Raw. WWE posted a video on Twitter Friday of Pearce stating that after a tumultuous week where WWE social media was hacked, Gable is medically cleared and will compete in the match, and the video does glitch out a number of times, indicating that the Wyatt 6 were watching that video. But man, that whole announcement just put a bucket of cold water on this angle for me, because like PW Insider said, like the only known face that we saw up close was of course Chad Gable. So All I needed them was to give Chad Gable a week off. He didn't have to be on television for multiple weeks, but just give him a week off after he looked like he got shot in the head. Why would you announce that he's going to be on Monday's Raw? Why? Josh,
They don't
what was
know
your
the
reaction?
ending.
I mean, I was just like, I mean, I saw it. I mean, we were joking because I was like, oh shit, he's alive. And you know, he posted that tweet that he did. It's just funny, but then I'm just like, what was the point of him inviting Ilya Dragunov to say like he's replacing Gable and then do that? That to me, that's where they kind of just fucked up when it comes to that. I was like, why? Oh, okay. Why did you just switch it again to a guy that just got beat up? And yeah, a lot of people weren't happy about that too because they're like, oh, you kind of just fucked up this YS6 thing already if that's what you're doing.
They made it very warm now. It was hot. It was piping hot. Now it's kind of like lukewarm.
I was like,
But you don't really want to eat it, so now you gotta put it back in the microwave because you're hungry. And that's really what it feels like.
I was like, why?
Yeah,
It's just, yeah, I mean, I don't
very lukewarm.
why? Especially after you just said, hey, this guy's replacing him. Oh, no, wait. He's cleared. We're putting him back.
Right, what's the point? Like, what are we doing? Like, the whole, it's stupid. Like, don't do this. Don't insult our culture. Like, you need to do good.
I don't know. It's kind of it just. I was like, why? I would
Right.
just.
You know that shit was like, you remember that episode of Martin where they played like the women's basketball team?
Yep.
He told the dude, air Gordon, you're in. Air Gordon, you're out. That's what they basically did with those. You're in. All right, you're out. That's basically what they did.
Yeah, I don't get that one. And you got our good brother Nate Milton in the chat. We appreciate you for joining us today from the NWA podcast. And he says the let it play out crowd gonna come for you. But y'all are right. As K-Dot said, when it comes to WWE's track record with the Wyatts, why believe you? You never gave us nothing to believe in. Yes.
Right, yeah, that's it.
And you know what I say to the let it play out crowd? Fuck you.
Ooh.
They're gonna come after Josh. Thanks for
I
being
want
here.
all the smoke. I want all the smoke.
We appreciate you, Josh. We got a super chat donation from our good brother Will Chisholm once again. Thank you so much, Will. He says, was that the match that Brock broke Holly's neck? No, the Royal Rumble match was a match that came after he broke his neck.
Yeah.
And Holly was out for a while. And then he came back and got his only native push of his career.
Yeah, that was like his revenge. He was trying to get his revenge, and the match happened, and basically that's how the feud ended.
Right.
Because Brock really did not want to work with Brock Holly.
That's sad. Very, very sad.
We got Burned Up and Finisher. He says, and he has the match, and he's not even conscious or maybe too injured to wrestle. No, then you don't say that he's medically cleared. How can he be medically cleared but he's too injured to wrestle?
Correct. He's not
Let
clear.
this lead to another attack on Gable, which, then again, I still don't understand why you announce he's medically cleared.
Yeah. That's like, okay. Alright, cool, I guess.
We also got Nate Milton. It says, Josh said, it's always been love or hate. And let me say, I'm the biggest hate. I hate the way that you walk away from the top.
If you want the smoke, I got it. I don't give a fuck.
Round like you got. But we had the YS6 also made their presence known on another show this week. The YS6 appeared to infiltrate the Pat McAfee show on Thursday, cutting the lights of the broadcast at the end of the show. WWE broadcaster Pat McAfee has since released a statement on his X account on Friday morning addressing the incident. He said, "Good morning, beautiful people. At the end of yesterday's show, startling and eerie power outage took place in our Thunderdome. It shut down our program abruptly and left a lot of folks worried and confused. I, just like the rest of the boys, saw the assumptions of the YS6 being the culprit and that we might be dead. We were gonna address those rumors earlier, but didn't think anybody would ever understand without actually seeing what happened. So we gathered all our generator powered security camera footage to explain, and all we can say is thank God for Jack Hall. Unfortunately for Pat, though, the YN6 once again interrupted the ending of his show on Friday, where the screen read, "You lied." Do you think that this is an indication that Pat McAfee may be the next victim of the YN6, Priscilla?
Do we need another person though?
Yeah, you're continue this somehow.
My whole thing is just it's like execution wise, like okay, we're gonna add a person and no problem. Great.
No, I think no. That is not being added. I think he means like adding like a victim. Like is he gonna
Oh,
add victim?
Another victim.
Oh.
Not added to the group, but
yeah, that's why
another victim.
I thought you meant add to the group. I was like, why do you even? Okay, sorry, I missed it. I didn't. I apologize. No, yeah, add it to the group of victims. Like make it like if this is what we're going with, and they're supposed to like make a whole like shit ton of like tragedies. Make it happen. Again, all I'm asking for is how we execute and how we're gonna have this match. That's what I want. You can do all this. You can wreak all this havoc and do all this shit. Burn this shit down. I don't know. What's gonna happen now? Like, what are we gonna do? Like, who's our first victim gonna be when we have a match? Who's gonna be the person to wrestle? All of them? Or just one? Who's gonna be the main person that steps out?
It's gonna
That's
be
all.
Uncle Howard or Nikki Cross. Those are the two best, in my opinion.
Valid. Yep. Yes, that's actually very, very correct in itself. Again, like I said before, like a couple minutes ago, who's Nikki Cross gonna her first victim gonna be? Who's she gonna obliterate? You know what I'm saying? Like what's she supposed to do? She's gonna go ballistic, or she's gonna be calm. Like which Nikki are we gonna get?
Hey, all I know is that Nikki Cross may be the best character actor in WWE history. The range of characters she's played, from Insanity Nikki Cross, to Happy Go Nikki Cross with Alexa Bliss,
Superstar.
to Nikki ASH, the superhero,
Yep.
to Mark One, to Stare Into the Abyss Nikki Cross, to now Sister Abigail, Abby the Witch. It's the same thing. Just anybody who's arguing on social media, Romeo, and yeah, we're arguing with people that she's playing Happy the Witch. Happy the Witch is Sister Abby. They're the same thing.
Yeah. That's all. She's been. It's all been leading up to this particular role.
It was a dumb argument.
You know what?
It really was. It really was.
It was a dumb argument. I'm just like, why is this even a thing right now, guys? Or why are we arguing about this?
It's the same thing. You guys are saying the same thing. Like, why? But we got to get into another great episode of WWE television this week because, like I said, I gave Raw this week an 8.5. Said it was my second favorite Raw of the year. But my lord, was SmackDown better than Raw? That's how good SmackDown was last night. I said last night on Sportskeeda, our wrestling YouTube channel, I gave this SmackDown a 9 out of 10. I never really, other than WrestleMania, I think that's the only 9 out of 10 show I've given WWE. But this SmackDown was so good. And it was from Chicago, Illinois. So the best episode of Raw this year was in Chicago. The best episode of SmackDown this year was also in Chicago. And this show was one of the most focused episodes of the year, as well as you had CM Punk kicking off the episode from his hometown of Chicago after comparing him winning at the Money in the Bank 2011 to Drew losing at Clash at the Castle and letting his people down. Paul Heyman interrupted Punk for an emotional promo exchange where Heyman warned him to leave before the Bloodline come down to attack. And in exchange, he wanted Punk to take him with him. Take me with you. After Punk insulted the Bloodline after they came out, saying that they were a fake-ass Usos and a phony cosplay Roman Reigns, you had Cody Rhodes came out to fend off the Bloodline and challenge Sikoa in the main event. Before the main event, though, we got a very interesting backstage segment where Solo and Heyman talked to one another, and Heyman revealed that Roman, before he left, he said for Solo and the Bloodline to leave CM Punk alone because of his relationship with Paul, also to leave Cody Rhodes for him. But Solo responded, he says, I hate to be the one to let you know this, Heyman, but Roman Reigns is not coming back. And Heyman's like, what do you mean? What you doing? This led to the main event matchup of Solo Sikoa versus Cody Rhodes. That match didn't go long at all, as the Bloodline interfered about 2 minutes in, only for Randy Orton and Kevin Owens to make the save. It seemed like Solo Sikoa was dead to rights. However, he had a plan in store for all of them as the Samoan Beast, the Samoan Werewolf, Jacob Fatu, finally making his WWE debut, and boy oh boy was it a debut, as this man destroyed Kevin Owens with a Samoan drop on the stairs. He speared Randy Orton into the barricade, and then he completely obliterated Cody Rhodes with an Uso splash off the top rope through the commentary table in my board, one of the most impactful debuts in recent WWE history, as Jacob Fatu has joined the Bloodline, and even the Tongans had to look at each other like, oh shit, I don't know if we should be fucking around with them.
Right, yeah, like the one over there on the right side, he was like, should I put my hand?
You sure about this?
Yeah, let me just put my hand up and just like be here, just standing, and then Paul Heyman just in the background is like, oh my god, someone get me out of here, please.
Elsewhere in the show, CM Punk was not done on his night as Drew McIntyre got his revenge on Punk, attacking and bloodying him backstage. He carried him to the stage in front of all of Chicago to see him with Punk with some horrible movie. I hate it.
Yeah.
They need to add corn syrup. You add corn syrup, and it gets a little bit closer to real. But I love the fact that blood is back in WWE. It makes angles like this better.
That much
Blood Punk.
That too. Yeah.
We also had Logan Paul finally showed up to get the drop on LA Knight, knocking him out with the right hand after Santos Escobar tried to interrupt Knight and got dropped himself. All three men will meet in a Money in the Bank qualifier next week. Then, speaking of Money in the Bank qualifiers, you had a bunch of them on this show, as we saw Chelsea Green pick up a surprise win over Bianca Belair and Nietzsche to advance and qualify for the Women's Money in the Bank ladder match, while Carmelo Hayes pinned Randy Orton in a triple threat match with Tama Tonga after distraction from the Bloodline. Meanwhile, the Bloodline made their presence known, injuring Kevin Owens and his knee, as Andrade defeated Grayson Waller and Owens in a splendid triple threat matchup with a great finish that saw Andrade move on and advance, qualifying for the men's Money in the Bank ladder match along with Melo. Top to bottom, my favorite episode of Friday Night Fights. I think it's even better than some of the Rock episodes, which were my favorite before. Still, the best segment that they've done on SmackDown is the Rock acknowledging Roman Reigns. That whole opening segment. We were in North Carolina to watch that all together. That's still my favorite, but like this top to bottom was the best episode of SmackDown this year. No, you reviewed the show over on Body Slam. What did you do?
Very good, solid show to start off, start this whole thing and continue this whole bloodline of story. Like this is the part of the story that I didn't see coming or didn't even think that could be even possible. Like, how are we going to do this without him? And then you bring in the other non-related cousins that's not really their friends or whatever, and we add them to the whole family. Great. The whole black family scenario. Everyone's a cousin, or somebody's related some kind of way. Great stuff. But overall, and I like the fact now that we've had Saturday play out, and Drew gets embarrassed in his home country. Now we're gonna embarrass you in CM Punk. CM Punk land is now, and then the way he did the execution of this was even great. So he was up and quit 3 days.
Yeah.
Or is he still?
Just to make Punk think that he won.
and that's exactly what they thought he did. Very well, solid show. Again, happy Chelsea Green is going to be a part of the Money in the Bank. She will be good. If she wins, even better, because she'll be more obnoxious and another Karen. It'll be so funny if we're going with that angle for her to win. But then, you know, we add in Andrade. Again, out of the 3 people, Andrade and Carmelo. I didn't think that those people would have won. I thought the obvious choices wouldn't have won all of those matches to me.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that Grayson Waller should have won to continue his story with Austin Theory, but Andrade been looking for something, so it was a damn good triple threat matchup.
It really was. So yeah.
Two things. I enjoyed it.
And they pointed this out yesterday. The people that didn't really get interested were the ones that won.
Yeah. They got the jobber entrances, but they won it.
They won. They got it was okay. Exactly. Like, you know, you came back in the ring, like, oh, we're doing this, we're giving them jobber. Okay, sure, no problem. And then they all won. And I'm like, oh, okay. We can respect that. Sure.
Carter finished. I mean, Big Man Dogs with a nice comment here. So Punk agreeing to take Paul with them, only to get killed later on in the episode is some Game of Thrones type shit.
It is though. Yes. You know, you build your alliance just for your alliance, and now just get crumbled from another person that's trying to get the throne.
Josh, what did you? I thought the way they did the Punk segment with the
Nice.
attack was good, and it was telling to me that I don't think Punk is cleared for physical activity. Like, other than getting dropped on the stage, we didn't see any of the attack. Like, we just saw.
And I like that part though.
It was shot great. It was shot great, and it was a very good plan B, because I don't think it was plan A. I think they were hoping for Punk to be cleared completely so they could do the attack in like in front of the fans in some fashion, whether it was backstage or in front of the fans. But I thought that this was a great plan B to do.
Yes.
Josh, what did you think about the Drew Punk angle as well as Jacob Fatu's thing?
The Drew Punk angle was great. CM Punk deserved it. Back with back. I mean, he got it back and he did it in front of his. He did it in front of his dump of a hometown. So good all around.
Wow.
And then Jacob Fatu. I mean.
Flavor for him up here.
And then Jacob Fatu. I mean.
Get him like Jimmy. Jimmy McRae.
Hey, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying what a lot of people are feeling. I'm just the one.
I mean, I don't know. I've never been to the site. Sorry.
I know I've been there, but
I know. That's what I'm saying. I can't even. I don't know.
No, but Jacob Fatu, I mean, that was great. That's how we've been waiting for a while. Like, hey, he signed. Oh yeah, he's backstage at WrestleMania, and I'm like.
Coming out, like how long have you been held the contract?
And then, you know, that's how you, I mean, hey, it was worth the wait. That's how you bring in somebody.
And they let him keep his name. They didn't change it or do anything.
Thank God. Because
we're now. Relax. Yeah, I don't know. I think Tangaloa came into the company and now he's Tangaloa. So they can change his name right after the debut.
That's true. Yeah, he came in as himself and then he became somebody else within like 24 hours.
No, I'm glad. I mean, you can't like that. You know, and it's a better fucking name. Jacob Fatu. And what was the other name that they had? That they yeah, I mean.
Oh, no.
Well,
Fine.
Keep Jacob Fatu. Keep that.
Oh, no.
Keep it. And it just came off better too, like, you know what I mean? Like, that was more impactful too. Because imagine you put a different name and been like, oh, that's Jacob Fatu, what the fuck? Why you getting this name for? So I think it was better. They kept it. He looks good. He's in great fucking shape too. Like, so that's good to see. You know, like I said last week, I was like, hey, the bloodline at this period of time right now is
fun.
years. I'm like, and they keep proving it. They keep proving it and they keep elevating. So, you know, they're doing a great job of elevating the storyline, keeping it going. It hasn't felt stale, which I'm happy about because they're adding members and they're doing new things with it. So I like it. I like the fact that they're doing it. It keeps me interested. So this is the best way to do it again. And, you know, I know people were saying like, hey, you know, maybe Jacob Fatu is Cody's next opponent at SummerSlam or something. If you don't get a Roman back, maybe that's the route they go. I don't know. He's clearly the best worker in that group, so
That's not the route they're going.
no, it's not.
I'll put a bucket of cold water on that one.
I know a lot of people. No, a lot of people were saying that. Like a lot of people were saying that, but I didn't see it. I'm like, I was like, nah, he's probably gonna get like a SmackDown match. He ain't no damn SummerSlam match. He ain't getting that. He's good work. He's the best worker in the group, but I'm like, he ain't getting all that.
Yeah, that's another case of too much too soon.
Correct.
It might.
Don't do that to him. Don't do that. Yeah, don't do that to him. Don't do that to him.
But let's talk more about the Jacob Fatu debut. Jacob Fatu made his debut on this week's WWE SmackDown, and a new report has details on his arrival. As noted, Fatu made his debut and joined up with the Bloodline. He's been signed with WWE for some time, and Fight Select reports.
Oh shit, no bikers. Fuck yeah, man. I got to work. I got to work. Get in here.
そのおもちゃお前に早すぎるぜ。いい子だからそれをこっちによこしな。
All right. Oh, shit. Fuck, dude. Ah, fucking A.
頼むぞ。来い。頼むぞ。
Yes, sir.
魔人強敵ではあったが、あとどれだ。出番だ。行け。頼むぞ。
Yes, sir. Okay. I beat Matador, Daisoju, and Hellbite. Uh, that was Meteorama? Ooh. Yes! Fucking Matador's essence? Hell yeah. Wait a second. That boy.
さて、よくやった。頼むぞ。うんだ。けしまい。他に、また。
World of Shadows.
ほう、その者たちはそれらを倒したとてなほびのよ。ほほう。
Kelpie. Oh shit, I can make all that. Oh, what the fuck did I do with Turbo Granny Infinity? Anyway.
これでいいのだな。
I needed that. I needed that, dude. Holy shit. Summoner's Hospitality, definitely gonna have to pick that up soon. Fuck, dude. Oh, Narcissus. Nice. Damn, dude, what? Fuck that. What? Okay, yeah, that makes a little bit more fucking sense. Jesus. Oh my lord.
この後までいいのだな。
Oh my lord, man. Oh yeah, and they killed me. So. Well, I guess I can get pulled the finger. Ah. I like, yeah. Oh, really? I really don't want to do that. I kind of want to level him up a bit. What do you believe? First sight.
この悪魔でいい。
Oh, son of a bitch. But
この悪魔でいいのだな。おお。
I can't make it yet. But soon. Level 36. We're almost there, Alice. We are almost there. Oh, I can make King Frost though.
さて、
I'm about to do that. Hold up.
な、
Put the money in. Mother. There's the money for that.
よく来た。キシッマイゴ。キシッマイゴ。 マインド他に次は
And I guess the King Frost, baby.
悪魔。
I
この悪魔でいいのだな。
Oh yeah. Oh shit, there's arm way better than that shit. Oh. Oh, I know who you are. Black Frost. What? Loa. Bafflement. Oh man, holy shit. Alright, so I'm gonna be working on him pretty soon. He only costs 11,000. That's not that much. Look at the Kelpie here.
おや
Can't make you yet.
なんか
Okay. Tyrant. King Frost. Well, I'm able to make it over there. I still don't know how. Wait. Oh shit. Oh shit. That's badass, man. God damn it. God damn it. Ah. Alert! Jesus. Oh. Ah, goddamn. Oh. Ah. Oh. Oh man. Oh. Oh, oh, try. Ugh. Quick break. Ah. Oh shit. Where's my phone? I put my phone. Oh, it's been right there more time. No.
But two immediately made good impressions in the respectful demeanor toward everyone backstage. Batu had been backstage at WrestleMania, was around during WrestleMania weekend. Batu has never wrestled outside of the United States, with MLW sources having previously noted it was due to a criminal record from when he was younger, something that he has moved well past, but it had prevented him from accepting bookings outside of the country. It's not clear if that will be the case moving forward, but the outlet was told that the hefty amount of international pay-per-views and TV tapings WWE has had in the spring and summer was likely a hurdle to his having debuted sooner than he was last night. His history had previously been a primary reason why he wasn't signed to the company sooner, but WWE's new regime has long been interested in having him be signed. Also worth note, though, WWE has filed a trademark for a new name, and the new name is Caesar Sokoa. What? Reports that the company filed an application for the trademark, with some people over the last week speculating that that could be the new name for Jacob Batu, or even them changing the name of Solo Sokoa to Caesar Sokoa, because Solo is taking over from Roman Reigns, who has long been advertised as the Roman Empire, and Julius Caesar was the one that kind of
burned it down.
That burned the Roman Empire down, and stated his own dictatorship, which the Roman Empire was always a democracy, so that's why Roman used to always say for his family members to acknowledge him as the tribal chief, whereas Julius Caesar had more of a dictatorship, which was all about him just being in control and not needing the acknowledgement of the democracy. So it would make sense if they made that the new name of Solo Sokoa, if they explained it in that way, or explained it in a similar fashion to that, or even if they made it, Jacob Batu's name and explained it in that fashion. But
yeah,
you better be careful. Solo better be careful. That's gonna be his name, because you know what happens to Julius Caesar. Everybody knows what ends up happening to Julius Caesar, so better be careful.
Those Tongans. Those Tongans gonna stab him. It's gonna be like WCW. Yeah, I stabbed him, but it wasn't my night.
Unless it's Tango botches that too, so and stabs the wrong person. So we'll see.
He's like, oh damn, that was a movie night. It just went into the thing. Damn. So guys, in the chat here, DJ Duke, he says, you think Jimmy screwed Jay in the match out of Money in the Bank? No, you're not understanding where this is moving toward. This is moving towards Jimmy and Jay coming together. Jimmy has more of a beef with the current bloodline because they kicked his ass out after WrestleMania. He doesn't have a beef with Jay anymore. I don't think he's going to be the one to screw him out of Money in the Bank. Or he shouldn't have.
That'd be like, man. That'd be what? I don't want.
yeah. No,
That'd be cool.
that's like Plan Z. That's garbage. By the way, it's the least of our life. things you wanna
We
like.
had that shit last year with SummerSlam. I don't need to see that.
But you know that we do see something like that though.
You know, that's what I said. That's why I said they shouldn't. No, they shouldn't. I don't know if they will. We got Firefighter Finisher. Firefighter Finisher said she's going from 40 names to what the fuck is this name?
Yeah.
Still cool.
No, I get the name, the reasoning for it, but we could have found another name and to say all hail like Caesar or something like. His name doesn't have to be Caesar because Caesar, it doesn't flow well. Like it just sounds really like generic, lazy.
We got Big Man Jones who says they're gonna name Jacob Fatu Brutus Sicko. If they change Solo into Caesar, it's gonna be
Let's not wish that.
Yeah, let's not throw that in the outfit.
We also got Firefighter Finisher says, bro, I've been waiting for a paternity test proving Sammy is Jay's real brother and Jimmy. I mean, this is all, I've said it like a month ago now. I think this is all leading to this new bloodline versus the OG bloodline with the honorary boost. We need, I said it last night, my booking for this angle is that this is all building to Solo versus Cody at SummerSlam, and they already tipped it off with Solo saying last week when he faced Kevin Owens to Paul Heyman, he was like, if I lose, I'm coming after you. You need to build it up, have Solo go on an undefeated streak. They win a multi-man matchup at Money in the Bank to set up Solo and Cody for SummerSlam. He gets a couple of wins before SummerSlam, and then he faces Cody at SummerSlam. He loses there, and then this new bloodline is going to surround Paul Heyman. They're about to attack Paul Heyman, and then all you hear is Roman Reigns comes out, makes the save for Paul Heyman, and then throughout the fall, it's going to be about Roman trying to put his family back together, trying to get Jay to help out and fight against this new bloodline, bringing Jimmy back, uniting Jimmy and Jay together because he's always been the one that's blue for them as a team as well. And then finally, right before Survivor Series and 4 games, they recruit the honorary niece to come back with them and fight this new group.
I like
That's
it.
the best way to sell softball.
Yep.
That's the best way to do it.
That's how you get war games. But you know, what do we know? We just, just regular people just trying to enjoy some wrestling.
Yeah, man.
See, Punk says you need to stop with that fantasy book shit.
Right.
Well, fuck you, Phil.
We finally have the final notes. Speaking of which, with SummerSlam on the horizon, Dave Meltzer had a new report in this week's Wrestling Observer newsletter about 2 major title bouts that are planned for the event in Cleveland, Ohio. According to the report, Cody Rhodes will defend the undisputed WWE Championship against Solo Sikoa, while Logan Paul will face LA Knight for the WWE United States Championship. These have been earmarked for the event coming up in Cleveland, Ohio for SummerSlam, rather than Money in the Bank, which is next month. Money in the Bank will, of course, feature 2 ladder matches for a shot at the World Heavyweight Championship and WWE Championship. Damian Priest has already been scheduled to face Seth Rollins for the World Heavyweight Championship at that event as well. But it seems like they are focusing on the Money in the Bank and that world title matchup. Maybe we get that multi-man matchup I just mentioned with the new bloodline versus Cody and his super friends. So
What the fuck?
what do you think about those 2 major matches, Cody and Solo, as well as Logan and LA Knight, Christopher?
I'm here for both of them as long as they execute it right and finally let LA Knight get some type of shine. Because I mean, like, if you don't do it now, I don't know it's going to fizzle out again because the light was almost dim. So now he's a little bit back on top, a little bit per se, and got a little bit more fire. I guess the burners are burning a little bit more now. But other than that, the candle is about to get blown out. So if you don't execute this now, I don't know what I'm saying. Logan really does not need a title. Logan delivers all the time when he he doesn't really need the title. He's like a part-timer anyway. But I guess to keep the belt, and it's not really
Being on Logan Paul makes it one of the top matches at the U.S. Championship. Is going to be in one of the top matches at SummerSlam because he's from Cleveland.
Oh, right. Yes. That makes sense. Okay. Well, I guess, yeah. But hopefully the execution is done well. So you probably will win. Damn, so Ellen, I got to get another L.
No, I think he can still lose in his own time. It's Logan Paul. Yeah, he's a heel. He's not a babyface.
That's true.
And they just had Drew lose in Scotland.
That is very, but you know, this is more, he got more money than McIntyre, so. And he's like one of the people, like, he got Prime logo on everything now. That shit in the middle of the fucking ring, it looks stupid. I want them to take it out.
Yeah. What do you think about the two top title matches for SummerSlam being Solo Sikoa versus Cody Rhodes and Damian Priest versus Gunther? Because, I mean, on paper, that does not sound like two world title matches for SummerSlam to me, Josh.
Damn sure doesn't.
It does not. Cody and Solo stuff, I think this is more of an angle. Because we've seen Cody beat Solo several times already. So, I ain't got no fucking indication that Solo winning no damn title. So, that's more of an angle based. That's okay to me. Priest and Gunther's like, I think it's gonna be Seth. It's gonna be Seth and Gunther. Because they made
that Money in the Bank?
Yeah, I think that's why they did it. Because, I mean, no offense to Priest, I fellow Puerto Rican, I got nothing against Damian Priest. I even picked him to win the match in Scotland. When you hear the match, right? Like, if I'm somebody who wants to go to a show, right? Am I going to go for a Priest versus Gunther, or am I going for Seth versus Gunther? That's just what I put out there. And I think that's why they made the announcement on Monday. Because remember, they didn't say, "Oh, Seth is cleared" or nothing. They just made the announcement. He challenged him, and then that's going to be the match of Money in the Bank. So I think Seth is going to win. I think he's going to be the placeholder, and then that's how Gunther wins.
I like it.
I can see that for sure.
Yeah.
We'll see how that transpired. We're only 2 weeks away from the thing on July 6th. So we got Forbidden Door weekend next week, and the weekend after that, Money in the Bank weekend. But we got a super chat donation here from our good brother Will Chisholm once again. Thank you, Will. He says, I think it's a reason why Sammy keeps bringing up his time in the Bloodline in the Gable program. I think it's because, fans can honestly see the parallels in the Otis journey to Sammy's journey in the Bloodline. I think, you're probably right that it's also to keep reminding us that Sammy was a part of the Bloodline.
Yeah.
I think that's going to come back around sooner rather than later for sure. But keep coming with those comments. Keep coming with those super chat donations. One more WWE show to talk about before we wrap up WWE for the week. And it was WWE NXT, which was back over 700,000 viewers for the show. And for the second straight week, I don't think I've ever said this, second straight week, they beat AEW Dynamite in the ratings. The show featured TNA Wrestling's own Joe Hendry, friend of the channel and friend to me. He follows me on Twitter. I follow him, and I believe in Joe Hendry. He made his surprise debut to kick off the program to a huge pop from the NXT universe. However, he was eliminated from the 25-man Battle Royal in the opening minute by his TNA rival, Frankie Kazarian, who made it to the Final Four. We got Javon Evans, who eventually won the Battle Royal for the 21-year-old to become the #1 contender for Trick Williams' NXT Championship at Heatwave. Later in the show, Ethan Page, who was attacked by Oro Mensah before the Battle Royal started, challenged Evans to face him in the main event, with Page picking up the victory in a solid match. Post-match, Shawn Spears jumped Evans until Trick Williams made the save, leading to a four-way brawl to end the show. Possibly a four-way matchup coming up at Heatwave. We shall see. Kalani Jordan picked up the victory Henry successfully defending the NXT Women's North American Championship against Michin in a solid bout, thanks to interference from Jada Parker. And he also had Roxanne Perez and Lola Vice defeated Lash Legend and Jakara Jackson, as well as JC Jane and Jasmine Nix. A post-match, Roxanne laid out her tag team partner Lola Vice to get the upper hand ahead of a possible title match. But good episode of NXT. They are keeping on a good streak with that going on. But what did you think of Joe Hendry's debut, Chrissy Love? And do you believe in Joe Hendry?
I thought it was very nice to see him. Another thing that we're keeping this TNA door open now, which is cool. I'm here for it. But I know WWE's going to try to control everything that happens, but whatever. They did a disservice to him because he got eliminated first and wasn't even in the match. Really, everyone just like rallied and was like,
they jumped him.
They jumped like, let's all rally and let's get rid of him. Like, which is cool. Like, I mean, I get like, you know, they kept it, you know, they kept the same energy. It's like, no, we don't want you here. We're gonna kick you out. Great. But I mean, overall, like, you know, these last two episodes of NXT was not really like fillers. Like, it wasn't just like background. They had like meaningful like things happening added to story.
Yeah, had Cody last week, the Battle Royal this week. I thought it was a great touch having Javon Evans win. I love the interactions between Javon Evans and Trick Williams. It's like two niggas on the street talking. They talk very natural. Very natural.
It's effortless.
It's effortless. Effortless blackisms. And especially when it's one day before Juneteenth. That's what I like to see on the NXT television. But the talk about the town was not Javon Evans coming out of the show. It was Joe Hendry. Say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry appeared on this week's episode of NXT, and a new report had details on the reaction to WWE and TNA to his appearance. Vital Select reports that NXT officials were said to be very happy with the reaction that Hendry received from the audience at the Capitol Wrestling Center. The report goes on to say that TNA sources were pleased to see Hendry's storyline with Frankie Kazarian continuing on NXT, though some had wished he had a longer appearance. Sources in NXT said that Hendry is expected to make more appearances for NXT in the future. Hendry confronted Shawn Michaels backstage in a post-match video that posted to social media, where he said he can show up anywhere, anytime, on any show, and people just have to say his name. And Shawn Michaels responded, I believe. Joe Hendry took to Twitter to thank fans for the reaction to his appearance on NXT. And the video of his appearance as of Friday night has become WWE's most viewed video of 2024.
Wow.
And it's the most liked video of 2024 since WrestleMania. He has received an endorsement from WWE Hall of Famer JBL, among others. Hendry posted to Twitter on Friday, writing, keep saying my name and singing my song and making signs. You, the fans, made this week happen. Your voices will be heard. Yo, TNA, if I'm TNA, I'm trying to re-up his contract. I'm trying to keep him under contract with them for as much as he can, because with the numbers he got on social media, WWE is probably hitting him on text. Shawn Michaels hitting him with the text like, when does your TNA contract expire again? Because we want you over here.
Yep.
Josh, what did you think about the response to Joe Hendry's debut? Not the actual debut and him being eliminated from the Battle Royal. What did you think about the response and the reaction?
I mean, the response has been cool. Do I think a lot of people knew him before this? No. So, you know, it's cool. It's good for him. I think
It's cool.
it's good for him. I mean, he deserves it. He's talented as fuck. But I think all those numbers, I think it became a thing because when they started promoting it, I think that's all it was. I think people just inflated it on purpose, and he got it. So I give him credit for that.
Yeah, got more views than your boy Cody winning the title.
I mean, he got more views than doing, so I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Also true.
Yeah, yeah.
Also true. He has to win.
What?
Even one
I love that.
I can't.
Someone who's been losing a lot and ended up getting arrested on Tuesday is Brooks Jensen, who says that he is now a free agent. While a new report had an update on his actual status with the company, Jensen is working a storyline where he is dissatisfied with the spot in NXT, and that has seen him become persona non grata on programming. A new report has some details on Brooks Jensen's background appearances. As noted Tuesday night, Jensen appeared in the background of the Wesley Obafemi in-ring segment on NXT and was escorted out by security, only to be seen later in the program in the background of a parking lot segment being put in a cop car. Fightful Select has confirmed the latter was in fact Brooks being quote-unquote arrested for trying to rush the ring, which is obviously part of the storyline. The report notes that Jensen has been trying to convince Fightful staff that the whole thing is legitimate. It was also noted that Wesley was thrown for a moment by Jensen's antics during their segment and wasn't supposed to acknowledge his presence. Jensen, who was outspoken in his criticism of Shawn Michaels on social media the past few weeks, announced that he is now a free agent. And for clarity, Fightful Select reports that Jensen is still with WWE and will actually be working some indie dates in order to help sell his storyline. So he even said that he's going to be known as Ben Buchanan. Of course, he is the son of Bull Buchanan, so it's an angle, but I don't know how much people are believing it or buying it or getting into it. I don't know about John.
I mean, I don't give a fuck. Like, who the fuck is this guy?
It's like the Tatum Paxton reaction at against all that.
It's just like, if you're gonna do angle like this, do somebody prominent. Who the fuck is this guy? Just,
No worries. And you know why I understand.
So I keep turning it off and on. Sorry, guys.
A new report has an update on Gigi Dolan's injury status. She's been off of WWE TV due to what was said to be a serious knee injury, and Fightful Select reports that the injury is expected to keep her out through the end of 2024. It was reported by the Wrestling Observer that the injury was an ACL tear, which Fightful says they are working to confirm. Dolan last competed in March against Ariana Grace on an episode of NXT, and she had been in storyline vignettes with Grace where she was being forced to learn how to be a proper woman, which were used as a way to keep her off TV until late last month. Because I know she's always been one of my favorites since her days as a persona.
so that's why that shit ended abruptly. I remember like there was something like she had like a few dates and then all of a sudden the whole thing just got taken off and nobody knew what happened. So that makes sense.
I love how the chat is just as brutal as Josh saying, I legit don't know who this guy is. Not to be rude, but who cares? Hello, I'll laugh my ass off, true.
Hey man, I'm just saying, like, if you would have done with somebody else, like, you do with Wes Lee, hey, you got some eyes on that, but what the fuck is this guy? Like, so picture him, he has a punchable face. He looks like a backup quarterback in the league. He looks like a third string quarterback. And it's not even a compliment.
They say that the CW has set a premiere date for WWE NXT, which will premiere and debut on the network on October 1st. The show is slated to air from 8 to 10 p.m. on Tuesdays, which is the same time that it does on the USA Network. And I think that's bad news for AEW because they gotta get used to losing to NXT in the ratings when they go to CW. Speaking of which, that brings us a nice transition into this week's AEW Dynamite as we go headfirst into the Converse. This week's AEW Dynamite, unfortunately, did the record low TV viewership for the show of all time. 502,000 viewers, down from 681,000 that they did last week. The show featured another good episode, though, on the road to Forbidden Door, as you had Swerve Strickland had another excellent face-to-face encounter, this time a promo exchange with his challenger, Will Ospreay, with Ospreay telling the AEW World Champion that while he was worried about a hit, bro, Will had a hit list, and he didn't miss any of them. This led to Swerve making things personal by mentioning Ospreay's wife and kid, and seemingly threatening his friend's family because it's Swerve who cut his promo on a baby before, so he will do. MJF had a successful in-ring return as he defeated Roosh in a hard-hitting opener to the show, but he wasn't done there. Later in the night, we had Daniel Garcia defeating Brett Titus, which led to Hechicero and Cage of Agony jumping Daniel Garcia. Hechicero earlier in the night challenged MJF for a match at Forbidden Doors. MJF came out to make the save, only to get jumped by the heels. This led to Will Ospreay coming out to make the real save as him and MJF fighting off Cage of Agony and Hechicero, but it led to a face-to-face encounter between two of the biggest stars in AEW, Will Ospreay and MJF. He was the main character in the show.
This was his
You also had Orange Cassidy, Mark Briscoe, Kyle O'Reilly, and Dante Martin beat Roderick Strong, Kyle Fletcher, Konosuke Takeshita, and NJPW's own Zack Sabre Jr. in a super fun all-star 8-man tag, the party match of this week. Timeless Tony Storm and Mina Shirakawa had a good contract signing hosted by Mariah May ahead of Forbidden Door. The segment was interrupted, though, by Saraya, Harley Cameron, and Anna Jay, who jumped all three to set up a trios match next week on AEW Dynamite. And then finally, you had the start of the Owen Hart Foundation tournament as Chris Statlander picked up the win over Nyla Rose, while Pac beat Claudio Castagnoli in a great main event matchup for both Castagnoli and Statlander to advance in the tournament. Chrissy Love, what did you think about this week's AEW Dynamite? And you mentioned it earlier, Will Ospreay, the main character of AEW, segment with Swerve, people coming after the international championship like Daniel Garcia and Brian Cage, and then his face-to-face showdown with MJF as well.
Again, it's not showing in the ratings, but they've been putting on some solid episodes for Dynamite. I mean, it's sad. This week didn't have really playoffs, but we still have things happening, and it's like not letting people watch. It's just, I guess, it's a service, but what are you gonna do? But I think overall, it's leading up to like what we're gonna see at Forbidden Door. It's getting really, really good. I'm like, oh God, this is getting close. I don't want to know if I should wait till the last one to get my ticket, or should I just like get it now?
You're fine. Get it now.
Just okay. All right. I'm gonna do it. Okay. I was trying to see if I can get it for a discount or something. Knowing it's that bad. So.
She's like, I'm gonna pick up $3.99.
I want to like pull or leg, somebody could like get us in or whatever.
You should have asked me that earlier. Why? I mean, it's not guaranteed, but at least apply.
It pissed me off.
Most people already got their media ticket already. So.
Oh, okay. Maybe we'll find it. Okay.
Can't wait too long. Can't wait too long, girl.
I know. These things happen. It is what it is. But that show overall, I mean, like they're making like one of the best signees of this company for the year, Will Ospreay, and like my God, wow. And then we have Cole Potter, the person that I never thought was like funny, but it's like funny just without like being funny, if that makes sense, right? Just like it's hilarious, and it's so like it's just like no bitch.
It's like, oh, I pressed the wrong button. I'm so bitch.
Yeah. Great. Hey y'all.
Hey. Hi. I got my hair done.
Love the run-ins.
Yeah.
Love the run-ins.
I'm sorry.
We do. No, sorry. We always love run-ins. We got Chuck Berries with a super chat donation. Thank you so much, Chuck Berries. He says, say his name and he shall appear. And he's gone. Damn, why they hated on Joe so much? Which, thank you so much for the super chat donation, Chuck Berries, because I forgot to ask the question that is in the headline here. Now, we'll start with you, Miss Chrissy Love.
Yeah.
Who had the better WWE debut this week? Was it the YS6 and the great production that happened on WWE Raw? Was it Joe Hendry and the big numbers that he did on social media for his debut? Or was it Jacob Fatu destroying Cody, Kevin Owens, and Randy Orton last night on SmackDown and joining up with the Blood?
All three were good, solid, and different types of debuts, I want to say. I won't say Joe Henry because he was barely there very long. He came out great, and then they was like, no, get him out of here. So it would be between Monday and Friday. I would go with Monday because it was more impactful. I feel we've been waiting for it. We've been waiting for Jacob, but I'm gonna go with the delivery of like what they did on Monday. But don't get me wrong, Friday was strong as well because we've been sitting in the rafters just waiting since probably like March, maybe April.
Yeah, I think Friday was better by far because
Really?
I don't have a but. There's no but for me with Jacob Fatu. Like with Joe Henry, debut on NXT. It's great. I'm a huge fan of Joe Hendry. I think that he's like got a ready-made WWE character already that translates very nicely into being in WWE. But he got eliminated in the first minute of the Battle Royal. I love the production of the YS6 intro and the QR codes were great to build it up.
Yes.
And everybody being murdered was such a great sight. And it was the best one shot that WWE has done in this era of one shot. And Lee Fitting was tremendous with how he produced all of this and how it looked. But I'm worried about this being the peak of the act. There is no but.
There's no but. Yeah.
Not only was it impactful and he premiered in a big way, laying out the current undisputed WWE champion, joining up with the main faction for the past 4 years in WWE. But the only but I have, but I'm more excited for the future and what it can be, what it can mean, because this guy not only had an impactful debut, but he looked amazing. He's lost like 50 pounds. He's in the best shape of his entire wrestling career. And he joined up with Roman Reigns and the storyline just take a back to I feel like he cleared YS6 and Joe Hendry last week.
Okay, fine. When you make the valid points, they're correct. Okay. Jacob Fatu won, all right? He had a better week than everybody else.
No, it's good. It's good for the podcast if someone has a different answer. Don't change your answer.
No, you made all these damn. You did apples and oranges, bro. Like the pros and cons are far more bigger than the others.
Josh, who do you think had the better WWE debut? YS6, Joe Hendry, or Jacob Fatu?
I'm gonna say, personally, I think it was Fatu. As in like a viewership, like a bigger, like casual audience, it would be the YS6, obviously, just because everyone was waiting in a different way because they were teasing that for weeks. Jacob Fatu, we just had to wait. There was no teases, there was no indication that when he was going to show up. So in that aspect, I get it. I get why people would say YS6, which is understandable. Me personally, I would say Jacob Fatu, just because of the impact he had automatically. And like we said before, he's probably the best working member of that stable. I mean, he came in, he beat the shot out 3 guys, and he took out the world champion. I mean, that's how you make a debut when it comes to that. And then YS6. I mean, they did kill a few people backstage, but that's something different.
Got some button and of course and sunscreen.
You got ice cream all over your face. You want to show everybody?
And I got some.
What if you had a whole accent that you live over there?
Who had the better WWE debut? Was it Joe Hendry, the Wyatts, or Jacob Fatu?
I've got some buttons.
Okay. Okay.
お前の力
That's a what?
このフィンマックルに試して
You want to leave now? Go ahead. Love
Yeah.
it. Yes, she has an English accent. She had an English accent ever since last year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I guess with Peppa Pig added to that too.
Yeah, that does it too. That does it too. I'm gonna take from the ice cream that she ate all the ice cream that Jacob Fatu was supposed to have. The 50 pounds. So she picks Jacob Fatu as well as the best debut.
Okay.
But yes, we gotta get back into some more AEW. I see a couple of comments in the chat here, like Crazy Bro, who says Okada is great as a heel. I did mention it in the recap for Dynamite. The Acclaim defeated the Young Bucks in a AEW World Tag Team Title Eliminator, so they are now the new number one contenders for the championships. But the Okada segment before the match was the best part of that. We established last week, not all of us love the Acclaim as much as we did 2 years ago.
Yeah, we said this already. I mean, listen. It's okay.
We also got Power Driver Finish that says Ospreay damn worth the wait. Yes, ever since Ospreay came, he's been like splendid. He's not only the best wrestler in the world, he's one of the best promos in this entire company. And him having a face-to-face with the best promo, arguably, in the company, MJF, that's exciting. Do you think, Josh, we're getting MJF and Ospreay at All In?
I think you get it if Ricochet's not on board. I think if Ricochet comes in, I think that match happens in All In. But if he's not a factor, then you get Ospreay versus MJF. Then I think that's the best scenario you get for both guys. That's not a world title match, so I think that'll be the best second round for Ospreay. In my opinion.
We got a big man Jones in the chat who said they did say they were going to hit 500K during the Forbidden Door build a month ago, but this episode wasn't bad at all, to be honest. Yes, that's a point I wanted to mention here. The quality of the show is not dictated by the amount of people that watch it. It was a very good show, even great show in my opinion, this week. I gave it an 8 out of 10 on AE Ramble, but people didn't watch it. And they have various reasons, which we'll get into here shortly. Michael did a report on what AEW and WBD are saying after this poor viewership this week. So the quality of the show has nothing to do with the amount of people that watched it. I just want to emphasize.
Yeah. But he said he predicted, get the fuck out of here. He's lying. Just want to take credit for what happened. Don't lie. Don't sit here and lie.
We also got here Frantic World also mentioning to you, Chrissy, that Forbidden Door 3 is about to be sold out.
Okay, friends, everything.
Wait, hold on. They do have about 1,000 tickets left. Currently, they have sold over 8,000, which is actually great. It's more than what was that show that they did in St. Louis? Dynasty, right? So it's more than Dynasty. So they've already outdrawn that. So they're close to 9K.
It's about to pass with Double or Nothing.
Yeah. So I think it's already past Double or Nothing. I think Double or Nothing was right under 8K. So right now they're over 8,000.
Oh no!
So still a good amount of
Oh no!
left. A lot of those tickets aren't going to go. So you still have a chance. It's just a matter of where you're going to sit at, to be honest, at this point. So Chrissy got some hope.
Thank you, friend. Appreciate you.
I'm sorry, I had to cut my camera and my mic because my daughter came in and said, Dad, I'm angry. Okay. Just update him. AEW this week revealed the brackets for the men's and women's Owen Hart Foundation Cup tournaments on AEW Dynamite. The women's bracket clears the men's bracket. I just want to mention that. Tournament, you have Statlander beating Nyla on Dynamite. She will now face the winner of Willow Nightingale versus Serena Deeb. That took place on last night's Rampage. We'll get into that shortly. Right-hand side of the bracket, you got Deonna Purrazzo going one-on-one with Hikaru Shida, as well as Saraya versus Mariah May in a rematch from a couple of weeks back where Saraya beat Mariah May, and a whole bunch of idiots got mad at Saraya beating Mariah May. Look at that. Mariah May's gonna get. And then in the men's tournament, left-hand side, you have Pac beating Claudio, as previously mentioned. Pac will now face the winner of the American Dragon, Bryan Danielson, versus the Rampage Dragon, New Japan's own Shingo Takagi, which will take place at Forbidden Door. That gets the winner in the semifinals. Meanwhile, the right-hand side of the bracket has Switchblade Jay White going up against Rey Fenix. That will take place on this Wednesday's June 26th edition of Dynamite. Then you have Jeff Jarrett, who of course was Owen Hart's tag team partner.
Oh. 彼は悪い悪魔では。どういう。なるほど。悪いな。俺様の悪魔と人が歩いてりゃ。私たち。ベテル。ああ。悪魔に連れてこられた生徒なら、俺様が助けたぜ。ここから南西の方角に。妖精図。この地は混沌の勢力。邪神ラフムの力が強い。悪いことは言わないから。それで。そうか。だったら妖精の村にメッセージを送って私たちも。
その集落の
before his passing in 1999, and he will face a wild card. So now that we see the bracket for the men's and women's tournament, Chrissy Love, who do you think will be the wild card, and who do you have winning each of these tournaments?
Okay, can you put the women's back up for me? I'm sorry. Okay, so I think wait, who's face Mariah May?
Saraya.
Saraya. Oh, okay, so I think Mariah May to win
The entire tournament?
the entire tournament. Yes.
All right, and then the
And
men's.
the men's one, yeah, Rob.
I got mine.
I already know. I think it's gonna be the wild.
I got mine.
Go ahead, Prince.
The wild card is gonna win the tournament. Hands man, Adam.
Yes. That's who I have. I think he's winning. I think he's winning the wins. I think he's winning.
Yeah, I think it's over for it's the Mariah May, but the wild card I got Hangman beating Bryan in the finals.
Okay.
Yeah, because as much as I want Danielson to win, and I don't want that, I don't think he's in the stage of his career.
But he doesn't need it.
He doesn't need it. And I think it's just winding down. You know, he's gonna put guys to work, so I just don't see him. That'd be great. I would love it if he was to win it. By all means, I would not be against it. I just don't see it happen. But I got page when I got Hangman coming back because they did say they were writing some stuff to bring him back. It's the best way to bring him back, and then he wins it. And then you have another match, Swerve versus Page, for the title this time, and Page beats him, and we got a heel run from Adam Page, and guess what? All the Elite will have belts.
Yeah, that's gonna happen. The Elite have all the gold. Okay, Jack Berry wins the TNT title at Forbidden Door. You got Okada with the Continental title, Bucks with the tag team titles, all the gold for the Elite. I love it. Next, we also got the chat here. Chilling with Chase says Danielson wins the men's, and he says Mariah May wins the women's tournament. You got Bell who says Mariah May and Danielson for Hangman,
Right.
yeah. And Hangman is always the look.
And I wanted to add too that there's a lot of people who were complaining about it. I have no issue with Jeff Jarrett being in the tournament, more so because of.
He ain't gonna win though.
No, he's not gonna win it, and I think that's why I'm fine with it. Again, within everybody in that tournament, he has the most connection on the part.
True.
So I'm 100% okay with it. I think if this is the best way to honor him, by all means, have him in the match. You know, he's not winning it. So it's like, don't take up a spot. So what? You know, he wants to honor his best friend. It's the best way to do it. So I'm okay with that. I just wanted to get that in there.
Okay, but I'll be back. The issue that I think is with Jeff Jarrett being in this year's tournament is one, you made the tournament for a shot at the AEW World Championship.
Yeah.
Right.
So
That's why.
not having Jeff Jarrett in the tournament, but not having the two previous AEW World Champions in MJF and Samoa Joe not in the tournament, that is lowering the prestige of the tournament. And then
No, yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
and two, you put Jeff Jarrett from here, but it wasn't for the AEW World
Wasn't he doing something last year at that time? Wasn't he?
in TNT last year.
Oh, he was just like doing something. Oh yeah, he was doing something.
Tournament last year. I'm just seeing the AEW loyalists and people online being like, oh, yeah, fucking guys, if you don't understand why Jeff Jarrett's not here. It's not the fact that Jeff Jarrett's in the tournament and guys like MJF, guys like Joe. I understand Moxley and Ospreay, they have the responsibility. That's fine. But Joe and MJF are the big omissions of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. It's just like me personally, I don't have an issue with it, especially like if they were not gonna, you're gonna put them in. I will only put MJF in the tournament if he was gonna win, right? But if he wasn't gonna win it, then I'm fine with that. But I'm also not gonna go hard. I'm not gonna fucking say, oh, this is why he's doing it. So fuck you. Like that's not where I'm at. Like I get it. Like I get other people being left out. But then also, I mean, at the wild card spot, I think it's gonna be Hangman, and I'm like, you probably don't lose. I mean, Hangman did winning the tournament, so like, might as well.
It just needs the story to be that the Young Bucks put him in the tournament. They unsuspended him and put him in the tournament. Where he's basically getting the first round bye because he's facing Jeff Jarrett.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Chrissy, I don't know if you have to lower your camera or get a higher seat, but we can only see your eyes and forehead.
You can't see me? Oh, Lord.
I don't know which guy. Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. My bad. Oops.
Yeah, you were looking like the next door neighbor on Home.
So I was like,
But in the bigger news of the week, during this week's edition of the Grilling JR podcast, co-host Conrad Thompson revealed that a mutual friend of his, Jim Ross, revealed that Shane McMahon has reached out to wrestlers on the AEW roster about appearing in the company. The rumor of Shane McMahon going to AEW was addressed by Dave Meltzer in this week's edition of the Wrestling Observer newsletter. According to the report, people on both sides noted they never heard anything close to that, and others stated that they were being asked about the rumor all day while hearing nothing except what Conrad Thompson said about the matter. The report also notes that people on the AEW side heard nothing about McMahon appearing in the company, or only heard the things Thompson has said while not hearing anything else independently. Tony Khan stated to the Wrestling Observer on Shane McMahon, and I quote, "I've never met him or talked to him in my life." One individual informed the Observer that McMahon had a conversation with a former WWE talent who now works for AEW. During the chat, McMahon reportedly said something akin to, "Can you imagine if I walked out there on Dynamite?" The conversation was reportedly equated to two people chatting rather than McMahon actually trying to formally pitch an idea. It was said to have not been a serious pitch or conversation, and this could possibly explain the rumor that popped up from Thompson on the Brilliant JR podcast, and why none of the key members of All Elite Wrestling had ever heard about the topic before Thompson brought it up on the podcast. Shane McMahon was in attendance at the WWE Hall of Fame Class of 2024 induction ceremony earlier this year, but what do you think? We're going to put it to 0 to 100 like we usually do here. Start with you, Josh. 0 to 100, the chances of Shane McMahon appearing on AEW.
I'm gonna give it like, this is me being generous, I'm gonna give it like 20%. I think because it is very interesting. Would I want Shane McMahon to wrestle? Absolutely no.
Hell.
He doesn't need to wrestle, but he'll bring in some viewership, no matter what. I think people still like him. He's still a likable McMahon. So he'll bring in viewership, and I think that would be a good thing. That's why Shane McMahon has always had an up and down relationship with WWE. So that's why it's not too crazy. I give it 20% because I do think he still probably wants, at the end of the day, to probably still be with WWE in some kind of capacity. If he goes to AEW, I think that probably relationship is probably dead. Like if he ever goes back to WWE, I don't think so. I don't see that happening because of that. But 20%, I mean, it's a strong for 20% because it's like, be interesting no matter what. It'll be a McMahon and AEW. Or thought we would be seeing that. It's interesting.
Not a lot of people at all. What about you, Mr. 0 to 100?
5. Chance of hell, but whatever.
Yeah. It was a different situation, but I think because, again, Shane has had an up and down relationship with it, so that's why I think it's not too crazy of a thought. And, I mean, at the same time, it is crazy.
It's a crazy thought, but like it probably wouldn't be so crazy because I feel like Shane was the child that just like had to be the asshole that just like, you know what, Dad, fuck you, I'm gonna do my own shit and go over there. You know what I'm saying? Like he wouldn't be that child that do that.
I mean, hey, have you seen the birthday tweets where there's a man and he says happy birthday to Roman Reigns, he glorifies him, and then happy birthday, Shane.
Yeah, he be sunning him on me.
Yeah.
Like I said this week on A Ramble, if Shane McMahon, I think there's a little like petty spite that he would do something like this. Like I would give it 10% because like if you asked me 20 years ago, who did I think would take over WWE when Vince is gone, I would have said Shane McMahon. I said Shane McMahon. That changed as we got, into 2009 when he leaves the company, and then Stephanie gets more power and she's in the creative control, and I would have said Stephanie. Then that changed throughout the 2010s when, NXT came to prominence and Triple H was a creative force behind that. And then Triple H became the popular name, and then we're here today where Triple H and Big Khan are the real leaders and bases of the company. So, I'm going to say Shane McMahon, I feel like I got pushed out of my birthright from the time. So I'm going to say 10% just off of spite. Spite is a powerful factor. We do have a super chat donation here from Chuck Berries. Thank you so much, Chuck Berries. He says, I like where they are going with the Money in the Bank qualifier so far, but an L Knight needs to win next week. LA Knight. You separated the L and the A. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
LA Knight needs to win next week. Yeah, I'm going to say yes for that because I think they want to prolong the LA Knight Logan Paul matchup for SummerSlam, and you need one of them to at least be in the Money in the Bank ladder match to prolong that. So you have LA Knight in the Money in the Bank he's on his way up the ladder, and then Logan Paul costs him the Money in the Bank ladder match to set himself.
True.
The best way to do it.
We got more AEW news as like we said before, the record low rating 502,000. So we got a report from Fightful Select that our producer with these headlines who killed AEW. Fightful Select spoke with AEW sources about their feelings on the number and how they rationalized it. We are told that the typical lead-in for AEW is Big Bang Theory, the real core pillars for all elite wrestling. Usually they usually do a demo number of 200 to 250,000 viewers for their final quarter. This week's lead-in was the Black Panther film from 2018, which they said landed under 85,000 in the demo for the final quarter hour, a significant drop-off from what Big Bang Theory does. They believe that the missing people that were the lead-in watchers that didn't exist this week. AEW were told that the tune-in number ended up actually being strong because of the lead-in drop-off. AEW talent that Fightful spoke to were surprised by the number. When Fightful reached out to WBD Brett about the number, they said, and I quote, just a very odd week in general. It's a basically a mix-up of stuff like the Juneteenth holiday in the middle of the week, where they said, when does a midweek holiday ever happen in late spring, summer months? Competition with Olympic trials, as well as college baseball World Series in prime time. Amazing weather in much of the country, especially up in the Northeast. So lots more people out and about, especially with the Juneteenth holiday, and wouldn't really put much into 1 week's number, although I know the wrestling community likes to go nuclear with these kinds of wonders, indicating that they expect the number to increase next week. Another WBD source says that this number does not affect the potential of a new AEW WBD deal. So, the Juneteenth holiday, but most importantly, it was the lead-in not being Big Bang Theory, which basically WBD and AEW is kind of leaving it off for. But, I mean, I think we all know it's really Kendrick Lamar. Kendrick Lamar has to blame for AEW. If he wasn't the key to AEW dropping, then he was probably a minor reason why AEW dropped in the ratings.
Well, I mean, Juneteenth, celebrating the
Also, it's just, you go from last week, right? They had the what was the NBA finals, which was around 680K.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to go that to go that low. Obviously there was something going on.
Yeah.
So that's why it's try not to look too deep into it, but I mean it is what it is. It is what it is. I mean, what can you really do?
Nothing.
You can find the things, but it's it happened. Take an L, and then move on, and then hopefully hope for the next. You can't dwell on it. But, obviously, the only reason why this shit bothers me is because Sid knows. It's more of the social media stuff,
yeah.
Twitter, people love the fact that they
getting numbers. Yeah.
It's just not realistic. You know what I mean? And it's becoming so bad. Because it's one thing, hey, if you don't like the company, fine. But then it's to prey on their downfall and, drifting off of it. And you're creating content off of something that's, so, stupid to me, right? Because for us, right, when WWE's going through their rough period, for me personally, I never wanted WWE to go out of business. For one, I already knew it was impossible for them to go out of business because they have so much money. WWE.
Yeah.
They have so much money. But then, for me, it was more hey, I want these guys to do fucking better. I don't want them to go out of business. I want them to do better. That's all it was. So, for people to try to, prey on the downfall, or we had this one I forgot his name, starts with the G, where, Bully Ray made a nice tweet, surprisingly, when he was like that. Basically, like real fans wouldn't pray for like another company's downfall like this or some shit like that. So then the dude was like, "Oh well, this is Tony Khan's fault. He's been asking for it, right?" Like he basically tried to blame Tony Khan for it, and then Bully Ray just flat out just roasted him, like he cooked that man. And he was like, how he was part of the toxic WWE fan community, and I think there needs to be more of that. To be honest with you, more call outs on that shit, because these motherfuckers want to talk about like, oh, AEW has a toxic fan base, AEW fans do this and that. No, it's the other way around. It's all these motherfuckers who are pro WWE, and we've seen it constantly, that they are always trying to push some weird narrative. If it's not one thing, it's another thing. And if it's not this, it's that. If WWE does something bad, they break up AEW, and it's just like, whoa, what are we doing at this point? It's like the whole thing with Jade, right? When Jade had the botch, somebody legit blamed AEW for that. Oh, see, this is AEW's untraining of her. And it's like, it's getting to a point that it's just like, oh my god, guys, like, what the fuck are we doing? So when this whole thing came out with the rating, it was just overbearing, because it's just like, guys, like, what are we doing? Like when NXT was joining low ratings, I wasn't happy about it. It's just weird to me. It's a weird thing to like be happy about. Because again, if AEW's not around, guess what? A bunch of people lose their jobs. Is that a good thing for wrestling? No. AEW out of business is that a good thing for wrestling? Absolutely not. Because AEW is responsible for a lot of things. AEW is responsible for the WWE better. Like, regardless of what people want to say or not, they contributed to that. No matter what. No matter if they took a bunch of shots, whatever people want to complain about, so fucking what? Companies do that shit all the fucking time. And I'm okay with that. Because it's never really bothered me to like, compared to like other people, but it's just one of those things where when it happened, it was like, I already knew. It was like, I was like, oh fuck, I gotta deal with this shit on Twitter. And it's like, oh, like, I just wish shit was like better when it comes to that. I think people need to be called out on their bullshit even more. A lot of these fucking pro WWE accounts need to be called out way more. And motherfuckers just
not even only like big. You got like fucking NCW, AEW, fucking burner accounts. I had to go back and forth with a guy who has like one follower on a faceless profile who's like, oh, all this bullshit about AEW, and I'm like, you don't even work for AEW. Why are you like insulting AEW, thinking that you're like? And then because I replied, he's like, oh, I pleased you. You replied. It's like yeah, it's just. It's the lowest common denominator to people.
Yeah, and also, and that's it. And also, if you got like burner accounts and talk your shit, then you're just a giant, big, fat pussy at that point. Because it's like, just talk your fucking shit. Like, don't fucking hide behind a bullshit picture. Don't hide behind a Roman Reigns picture. Like, just be real about it. Be about it. Come on. Like, I could do that. I could talk my shit, and I'm about it. How about you be about it? You know what I mean?
Be about that.
And I've seen that too much now with like especially wrestling, the community. It's just fucking weird. It's like, come on, guys. Like, if you're gonna talk your shit, just don't be a fucking pussy. Just be about it. Be,
and like I said before about the ratings, the low ratings does not equal bad show. That doesn't. It does not work like that. It actually dictates what the next week's show is going to be more than it does the actual show that they're doing. But I agree with stuff like ChiLL. That's a positive thing to say. He says, I feel like AEW will be fine. They just need to try more new things. They need something that's going to be hot, that's going to draw people in. That's what AEW needs right now. That's the type of comments that they need right now as well. But finally, AEW notes before we finish up with AEW from this week. According to a new report by Dave Meltzer in this week's Wrestling Observer newsletter, Roosh will not be part of the Forbidden Door pay-per-view this month due to a CMLL wrestler being on the card. As noted, MJF will be facing CMLL talent Hechicero at Forbidden Door. Meltzer reports that Roosh is not allowed to work the show since a CMLL wrestler is currently appearing on it, and that's why we got the Roosh MJF matchup on Dynamite this week. Speaking of people that we won't be seeing on Dynamite, unfortunately, a new report had an update on Megan Bane's AEW status. Bane has been absent from All Elite Wrestling for a while, and while it was previously reported that creative pitches were made for her in the company, Fightful Select has confirmed that Megan Bane is currently a free agent and can appear anywhere she wants. The report goes on to note that AEW has made contact with Bane recently, and the two sides have been in talks. There's no word on whether she is expected to return to the company, but as noted above, there have been discussion and creative pitches for such a potential return, and Megan Bane was announced for some GCW shows coming up in the future. So, I mean, that was the whole Megan Bane story has been weird because she was a big for a while. Then she's coming back. Now she's a free agent again. It's just been a whirlwind with her without us ever really seeing her on television. And
At all,
we're going through the same thing with Camille, who was reported to be signing with the company but still hasn't showed up yet. And then there was the body slam report about Motor City Machine Gun signing with the company, but they still haven't showed up yet. So I don't know what's going on, but it's weird.
Unless they're not really signed and there was just some talks, I don't know.
So yeah, I was thinking to just
It could be that. It could because I know like I follow Camille on social media. Like she's been doing like a lot of stuff. I don't think wrestling related. I think she's just been like taking some time off or something like that. She's been like enjoying herself. So it's not like she's not. It doesn't seem like she's like in a rush to come back. But it'll be cool to see her. You know. She'll definitely help the division because I think they do need like another dominant woman. And you know, if they were to bring back Megan, she'd be another one. Like imagine you bring both of them in. That's pretty. That'd be kind of a dominant force right there. That'd be cool to see.
For the AEW Women's World Championship division, one for the TBS title division.
And that'd be great. Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great. But I do agree. It's weird. It was a weird situation from like she was signed, and then she was extended down. She was apparently she's a free agent. I'm like, what the fuck was that? Like what?
But last Saturday, AEW Collision's 1-year anniversary, which was the Christian Cage show, in my opinion. That's Christian Cage Father's Day special, where Nick Wayne gave him a crumpled up card, while Killswitch gave him a painting, but Cage only appreciated Wayne's. He also said that the patriarchy were targeting the AEW World Trios Championships, which parlayed later in the night when we saw the House of Black beat the champions, the Bang Bang Gang, with the help of Pac. This led to, despite Buddy Matthews seemingly being injured during the matchup, post-match Christian revealed that the patriarchy jumped Buddy to take him out, so the House were no longer a trio despite earning a shot at the titles. The Blackpool Combat Club defeated Team NJPW's Leo Rush, Rocky Romero, and TMDK in a fun 8-man tag team matchup. John Moxley cut a promo on Naito after the matchup. And then we had one of the more innovative no DQ matches in quite some time, as Thunder Rosa ran up a damn table and drop kicked Deanna Purrazzo in a garbage can. That was one of my favorite spots of the whole week. But Thunder Rosa lost to Deanna Purrazzo in a very good matchup there. Last night you had AEW Rampage, baby, which had Willow Nightingale defeating Serena Deeb in a solid main event. In the Owen Hart Cup Women's Tournament, she will now face her former tag team partner and friend Chris Statlander in the semifinals. Private Party beat Matalik and Abandon in a high-flying opener. Post-match Private Party brawled with the Learning Tree. Also, you had Shingo Takagi making his Rampage debut, defeating ER Fox. Post-match Bryan Danielson came out to confront his Forbidden Door opponent, and Leo Rush defeated Action Andretti to qualify for the TNT Championship ladder match. Speaking of Leo Rush, in some AEW news, Leo Rush is back with AEW. The single star reportedly set to be a regular going forward. Rush made an appearance for the company in late May in the Casino Gauntlet matchup on Dynamite and faced Roderick Strong on that week's Collision. He also competed on Collision's 1-year anniversary. According to Fightful Select, Rush is expected to be a regular going forward, as the situation currently stands, there's no confirmation whether he signed with AEW again, but was factored in the most recent intro on Collision, and there are creative plans for him as he's continued his storyline with Top Flight and Action Ends Ready from 3 years ago. The report notes that Rush has reportedly made a positive impression on him in his return to the company and spoke interpersonally with Tony Khan, which I think means Tony Khan said, "Yo, we got a black champion now." And Diego Rush was like, "All right, you're not racist."
You know what?
Remember, he was the one outspoken about Tony's tweet about Big Swole, and a little bit after that, he leaves the company. So now that they got a black champion, they got Willow getting the push. He like, all right, I'll y'all not racist.
Sure.
Seems legit. Seems legit to me.
I mean, it didn't seem legit, to be honest, but I know Leo did speak. Even before that, like maybe like a year or two ago, he was like that. Him and TK were on good terms. Like they did speak it out. Like he did, he did mention that. But also Leo, I think what it is too is that Leo, he is a young guy, and usually time to time he usually goes through like personal things. So he usually tends to like wrestle and then take a step back from wrestling, and then he basically contemplates his career. And then when he comes back, he gets it going. And I think right now, this is like the most active he's been because he's been doing a lot of stuff in New Japan. He's been doing stuff with GCW. So like he seems like he's on a good path right now. Like he's in a good place. So I think that's why the AEW stuff I was surprised with. I'm like, oh shit, he's gonna come back. I don't think it's a contract situation. I think it's a date situation, which is what Leo always wanted to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he likes these long-term contracts. He doesn't like being tied down. And these are conversations I've had with him personally. Like he's mentioned this. So this is a good thing for him. If he could be a regular, not being on the contract, he can get paid per appearance. I think it's good on both sides because you don't have another contract for another wrestler, but when you use them, hey, there's your paycheck. I think it's a good thing for Leo.
Yeah, it's gonna work out better for sure. We got another super chat donation from Chuck Berries. Thank you so much, Chuck Berries, for all the support. He says, "I love pro wrestling, and competition is great for pro wrestling, but I can give a shit less about ratings." Absolutely. You should judge what you see on what you see, not on what the rating is at the day after.
Also, you know what it is too. Like I like this comment from Chuck Berries too, because somebody brought it up yesterday. I'm not too sure if it was John Alba. A reporter a journalist did bring it up. They asked somebody like, so you determine what the rating is to watch the show that you enjoy? Okay, that's fucking weird.
Yeah, I think it's Brian Alvarez who, we kind of shitted on last week because he didn't know what cookout. But he actually had a good comment where he said that there's been great TV shows that have low rating. Like it's a part of the beast of television. That's what it is. But we also had more news when it comes to AEW. As they announced this week, AEW will have its first AEW TV shows in the UK. AEW Dynamite and Collision are heading across the pond to make their UK debuts in August ahead of the All In. AEW announced on Wednesday they will hold a taping on August 21st for Dynamite and Collision in Cardiff, Wales at the Yotali Arena. So big news for AEW coming across the pond. Might try to see if I can make a trip to Cardiff. And once again, Miss Chrissy Love, you look like the neighbor from Home Just making sure you're with us. I can see your whole face.
I was counting super chats as we was talking. That's why I was writing down.
Michael
So that's why you see my head down because I'm writing as we speak. So I'm like this.
Michael Select had an update on Buddy Matthews following last Saturday's Collision. In the main event, Matthews, of course, went down and was ported to the back, favoring his knee. According to Fightful, the spot with the Meteor was planned, and along with Matthews being taken away, so it appears Matthews wasn't legitimately injured during the matchup. Speaking of injuries, AEW wrestler Kota Ibushi is recovering from an ankle injury he suffered earlier this year. He said on Twitter to a fan question asking when he would return to help Kenny Omega get his revenge. He said, "Of course, if my current doctor in Japan tells me that I can compete, I will report to AEW and return immediately. I'm now 85% alive. Please wait a little more." It said 85% alive. That's interesting word. And then finally, AEW might be getting sued. Kevin Kelly said that he plans to take legal action against AEW.
How you gonna support this guy of all people?
Exactly.
I'll get to it. Don't worry. I'll get to it. I'm cooked.
He departed AEW in March, and he said he was fired after going public on X about his grievances with Ian Riccaboni, making disparaging comments about him and his frustration with AEW's handling of the situation. On a recent episode of Wise Choices, Eric Bischoff asked Kelly if he plans to sue AEW, and he said, "Yeah, of course." Bischoff then asked Kelly about Tony Khan and the backstage environment. He said he's got good people around him that he doesn't utilize. His vision of what wrestling is for me works best on a small scale. People always wonder why did PWG stay small? Well, I think they knew if they went big, it would go stale fast. Tony Khan wants to appeal to a niche audience with his vision of wrestling, but he thinks he can convince the people to watch on a grand scale. The other thing he's done, he's made himself the face of the company. He's the one going on TV interviews. Earlier in the conversation, he spoke about Ian Riccaboni making comments about him after he promoted the Sound of Freedom film. Kelly says the comments were defamatory and hurt his standing in the industry. He said it's about child trafficking. How could anyone not be against child trafficking? Well, apparently it's Klingon conspiracy theory movie. Eric, I don't know if you knew that. Bischoff then added, "Ian, if you're listening to this, you're fucking weird, and the people who think like you are fucking weird too." Any comments, Josh?
I mean,
No? Oh, okay.
I mean, no, like, it's like, I'm just like, when it comes to that whole situation between Ian and Kevin Kelly, I think Kevin Kelly was in the wrong because of how he went. He spurred on social media, and basically that's what did him in, right? He openly spoke about, yeah, for the most part, because he tends to do this bullshit. But he openly criticized AEW, which is never a good thing, especially when you work with the company yourself. And again, he could have been unhappy, but I'm like, bro, there's different ways you could have gone about it. Me personally, I don't think Ian was exactly wrong for what happened. That situation is just very muddy because I get where Kevin was talking about, but I'm like, bro, it's always about how you go about it. Like, you can have a good reason for a good cause, but it's always about the execution of what you're doing, right? And I think that's where this stands on for me. Like, he was in the wrong for what he did. But then also, he admitted numerous of times why he was fired. Like, so, if he's not trying to sue the company, I'm like, bro, you already did yourself in because you legit admitted what you did that got you fired. And you were in the wrong because you said, yeah, I made some defamatory comments and then I left a nasty message for the lady at HR. Bro, you just gave yourself away. What the fuck are you gonna sue for, right? But the only reason why he even said that is because he said because Eric Bischoff asked him a question. You're telling me if he would have said, no, I'm not gonna sue the company, you're telling me Eric Bischoff would have been okay with that answer? No, there's no fucking way. There was no fucking way that he was gonna say, oh, are you gonna sue AEW? No, I'm not. Why not? Why are you not gonna do that? Of course. That's why it's all bullshit to me. He only said that because he was in a tough spot and he was in front of Eric Bischoff because Eric Bischoff would have ripped him apart if he would have said no. That's the only reason why that pussy said yes. Because he has no fucking case. There's no case.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't have a strong case at all.
Like, and again, all his interviews, like there's multiple admissions of what he did. He said it himself. So I'm like, good luck. Good luck because this is a very easy case you could lose. All you're gonna do, it's not gonna hurt AEW, it's gonna hurt him. So good luck with that, bro.
Because it's an at-will firing to begin with. It says it in your contract. So I like Kevin Kelly. Interacted with him on Twitter and stuff. He wished me happy birthday on the New Japan telecast last year. It's very muddy, the whole thing, how it started, and then the fallout from him. But I think we can all agree Kevin Kelly didn't handle the best.
And he wasn't that good. He wasn't that good with AEW.
That too. Ian everybody had more chemistry with Nigel than Kevin Kelly.
Yeah, he wasn't that good. I think Kevin Kelly, what it is that when he's motivated, and the New Japan stuff, it worked out because New Japan works a different kind of wrestling. When Kevin Kelly's not motivated and he's just going through the motions, that's when he's really bad. And that's what we saw when he was in AEW. Like, he was really bad. Like, he wasn't what we were seeing in New Japan. And sometimes that shit doesn't translate very well. And, to me, again, he got fired because of the shit he was saying, not because of his job.
Damn.
But I made it very easy. Like, all right, we have all night.
Yeah.
So just let him go. Like, that's what happened. But the fact that he even like Eric Bischoff is just like, bro, like, we all know his fucking motives at this point. It's like,
right, that's why I was like, oh yeah, so you went and sat down with this dude, yeah, there's nothing positive.
you already know the fucking motive of this guy. Like, he's like fucking, he's an Ariel for like when the Ariel brought in Cody, like he was just trying to find every way for Cody to shit on AEW, and it didn't work. And it's just like, bro, like what are we doing at this point? Like that's the only reason why he brought him in, because he knew Kevin Kelly had the AEW. He had the issue with AEW. Hey, let me get this guy on to shit on the company that I hate already because I hate Tony Khan, even though I tell people I don't. But because he wrote up Ted Turner, I'm still upset at him with what he said comparing